питания у нас плазма стоит, она не включена, на ней нет ПК.
Включена в синюю розетку.
Подожди. Может быть, я не знаю, но у вас есть его контакт, попросите его, пожалуйста, когда подойти на сцену. Вам вывести в президиум и лекцию будет оплату.
Почему президиум? Так, подожди, Женя, я не понимаю. Где нет света? Света? Свет включается проектор. Да, мы так на самом деле так смотрим. Программа Да, было не так. Вчера было художественное освещение.
Speakers that are here.
Я заметил, что много ученых, практиков приезжают сюда и рассказывают совсем новые вещи.
When we see different cultures coming together, all to talk about the same issues, really, to make sure that children get what they need for successful development, that is extremely satisfying to me.
Сегодня развитие ребенка идет в иных условиях, нежели чем развивались их родители. Дошкольное образование, оно во многом решает то, каким будет будущее поколение.
Ребенка формирует вот вся эта среда, эта ситуация, это взаимодействие с воспитателем, взаимодействие между собой. И это именно формирует не голые стены и не кормежка по 10-дневному меню.
Any such big system as a preschool needs to be continuously developing. We need new ideas. We need to see how kindergartens or preschools in other countries work, how they operate, and that's very important for us.
I'm very interested in the research on play, what's going on in Rusland. Enormous lot of research on play objects, how you can children evoke to learn all kinds of things.
Дошкольное образование
приобретает не только социальную значимость, но это становится цивилизационным процессом.
Исследования говорят о том, что чем раньше мы начинаем инвестировать в детей, тем выше отдача от инвестиций.
Изучение детства – это одно из перспективных направлений приложений достижений современной науки.
Последние 5-6 лет дошкольное образование развивается очень бурно и именно благодаря вниманию со стороны правительства.
Раз, два, три. Слушаете, да, нет? Еще поговорить. А зачем? Какая разница? Ну, каналы же разные. Да. А, понятно. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shall I talk to the Russian channel? В-русски поговорить, да? Теперь. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Так, у меня включен, кстати.
Уважаемые участники конференции,
Dear participants of the conference,
Сергей,
уважаемые участники конференции, позвольте начать второй день.
so let us start our second day of work. And we have the plenary session meeting starting. We will hear several reports today at the plenary session, and we plan to finish by 12 o'clock. That's why let us start our work. Before starting the plenary session, I would like to introduce our moderators. A doctor of psychology, correspondent member of the Russian Academy of Education, Mr. Alexander Veraksa, and doctor of psychology, Professor Bayanova Larissa. The first report as per program, Olmar Stephanie, who became the director in global cooperation of the National Association for Education of Preschool Children from the US, NAEYC. So please, the speaker, could you take the floor?
Доброе утро.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to be here this morning to have the opportunity to share with you some information about my organization, the National Association for the Education of Young Children. I first want to thank the organizing committee and Alexander and Nikolai, as well as the international committee. I have been really impressed and really enjoyed my last 2 days interacting and listening and learning about all the amazing initiatives that are currently going on in Russia to support young children. So, oh, left, sorry. There we go. So, it's important when I talk about NAUIC and who we are, that we begin with our core values and beliefs. We are a nonprofit organization, non-government, in the United States that is a professional membership association for early childhood professionals. Our membership is about 65,000 individuals who range from preschool teachers to faculty in teacher preparation institutions to some policymakers or other professionals who devote their career to young children. So I don't know, maybe some of you are some of our members. We do have some international members. If so, I thank you. We rely on our members to support our work, and that we never want to forget that at the heart of what we do is to support early childhood professionals as a profession, to advocate on behalf of the important work that early childhood professionals do every day. So you may, some of these that I think are important that are themes that I've seen while I've been attending some sessions. I think the one I'll point out is reflection, and the important part of quality in early learning environments is to really support professionals and their ability to think about what their practice is and how to improve, but in a supportive and helpful manner. So really thinking critically about your own practice and using research and policy to support that so that all families and young children can experience high quality early learning. So, we have several strategic priorities as an association. The first is that children birth through age 8 have equitable access to developmentally appropriate high-quality early learning. In the United States, we are struggling to still meet this priority, but it is a priority of our association, and you may know or have heard of us because of our accreditation of schools or programs for young children, and that is where that work would fit in this strategic priority. The next strategic priority is the profession. So I've touched on that briefly, but we have an important initiative to define early childhood educators in terms of their competencies and hopefully to advocate so that they get better pay and are recognized in society for the important work that they do. This is something that we struggle with in the United States, and in fact, many kindergarten teachers, teachers of young children, may work more if they worked at McDonald's than if they worked in an early childhood program. And we know that's not okay, that young children deserve to have teachers that are well paid, that have, a profession that has a code of ethics and standards and continuous professional development. So strategic priority of the profession is very important to us, and something we're working on in the United States. The next priority, which leads me to then the primary reason I'm here, which is to talk about our global engagement efforts, is strategic priority of leadership and innovation. And we believe as an organization that it's critical that we're cultivating leadership and innovative strategies that propel the field of profession for high quality early learning. Part of that work is how do we engage globally? We were founded in 1926 as an organization and have traditionally been a U.S. membership association. We've welcomed international members and contributors at our conferences and journals, but we've never proactively engaged internationally until 4 years ago, when I had the great honor of taking on that task for the association. And so today I'm going to talk to you about what that means and give you an example of some of our projects. So, keeping in mind that our vision is that all young children are able to thrive and learn in a society dedicated to ensuring that they reach their full potential. We keep that in mind with all of our work. It's also important to discuss our guiding principles for how we approach this work, which you will see are in line with the circles I started with about our core values and beliefs. That we know that the best way children learn, and we heard about yesterday in terms of the importance of culture in learning and context, that we really can't approach our work as a copy-paste, yeah? Even if it was the perfect system, or perfect standards, which I don't think there are, you would never want to approach it when working abroad or even in the United States as a copy-paste. That the importance of collaboration and working and understanding with the people who will be implementing standards or approaches to learning is absolutely crucial to having an authentic system or authentic way of learning and supporting teachers. So we must be sensitive to the nuances of varying contexts as we collaborate with our international partners and to ensure that we're being culturally appropriate. And that we also have to maintain the integrity of NAYC's core values and beliefs. So while we recognize, varying contexts, and we do that in a way that is consistent with what we know is best for young children in terms of supporting their learning and development, and also respecting their families and their values and beliefs. There are really two parts to my work, our work internationally, if you think of them as buckets. Technical assistance is the first, and I'm going to give you some examples of that shortly about how we work with other governments around standards development and some systems work. The other bucket is that we are really working with our resources in terms of our publications or our conferences, and that we are adapting them in a way that's culturally appropriate and relevant. In part, this could just be about language and the importance of translation agreements and ensuring that our professional materials, when translated, are maintaining the core of what we were trying to communicate in English, but also making sure that they are available in other languages. I'm sorry to say, at this point, we do not have very many, I don't think we have anything officially in Russian, although I hope that that will change in the near future. So, to think about our work with systems, we get many, many requests from governments all over the world about our standards. And we have a framework for how we approach that work. As I mentioned, we don't believe in a copy-paste approach. We also don't believe that we will create offices all over the world and replicate ourselves. Our goal is to support or work with organizations and have capacity building. So where we may have technical expertise, that we are sharing that with other professionals and colleagues, and really building, passing on knowledge while also learning, but then not staying and running it. That really this is about exchange. That we are thinking about early learning systems in terms of all of the supports that are needed to have high quality early learning. Some of those are structural, as we learned about yesterday, and involve the government, which I was so pleased and heartened to see how many government officials are participating in this event. They play a critical role in how we approach quality and support early learning for young children. And we are doing a lot of standards development with countries. In part, what they ask us to do, because we have our own sets of standards, is to say, are the standards that we have created as a country, do they align with what you, NAYC, thinks is best practice? So we do a lot of talking and discussing and thinking about, yes, this is the core intent, how does the example differ by context? So this is really the description of our technical assistance work. We truly believe that by proactively engaging with early childhood professionals like yourself, that we learn more than we give. And by learning, we are able to improve the materials that we continue to create, the conversations that we start with early childhood professionals within the United States, and that we're really deepening our knowledge and broadening our perspective. So it's truly a gift to be able to be here with you and learn and share. So, before I give you an example of some of our technical assistance work, this is a little bit of a glimpse into our core business lines. You can see that we have a journal, Young Children. That's a peer-reviewed journal. It's only in English, but that is one of the products that we have as an association. Below that, you'll see we have something called Teaching Young Children. This is a magazine specific to teachers that has very practical activities and supports teachers in their practice in the classroom. You can see that one is actually in Mandarin. We do have that in Mandarin at this point. And we have some materials in Spanish, but we're also very interested in having conversations about what would make sense to have in other countries. We've just launched a new platform for members to engage, which is our Hello platform. It's only in English at this point, but is an excellent way where we really bring early childhood professionals together to exchange and ask each other ideas and learn. I think one of the most important roles we play as an association is to bring differing ideas and views together as a field from experts and come to consensus on some key ideas that help guide the field. We also have two big events where we have conferences, and I would love to welcome you all to Atlanta in November for our annual conference, and where I had the pleasure of meeting and getting to know Alexander. So that's a little bit about our global, enhancing our domestic work for global audiences. Standards. So when I talk about standards, I talk about there are three types of standards that we really refer to in early childhood. The first being early learning standards, or what young children should know and be able to do. We do not have early learning standards. However, we have a position statement or a white paper on how communities could go about creating relevant early learning standards. People rely on us for that statement, and we support their development. The other set of standards that we do have are program standards. When I talk about program standards, I'm talking about standards of quality for kindergartens. That's what we're probably most well known for. And thirdly, professional preparation standards. Those are standards for institutes of higher education about teacher preparation, and they align with program standards. As I talk about systems, we know that in order to have high quality, you need all of this, and it needs to be relevant and adequately funded. So there's a little bit of background on what I mean when I talk about standards. Because one of our biggest projects, which is for the international work, is with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where the Ministry of Education asked us to support their development of early learning standards. And you can imagine the context is very different than the United States. So it was an exciting project that required us to really think critically about what are our core values, how can that look different in a society that has very different priorities. And I'll give you some examples in a minute. Another project that we're working on is with an impact investment fund who is supporting the Dominican Republic in their overhaul of their higher education teacher preparation system. So they are using the higher education standards to align and identify gaps or points of intersection with their standards. So, before I show you some examples, I wanted to talk, I have said the word developmentally appropriate practice a couple of times. And when I say developmentally appropriate practice, I am referring to our book that is really founded in the long history, I would say, from Russia, which Vygotsky is referenced throughout it, and has been a really important part of the theory that has guided my work and guides our everyday work. So it's about how young children learn. And I would say that one of the most important ways they learn was in the cultural context of which they are. So I've been spending a lot of time in China the last year, and had the opportunity to use chopsticks many, many times. Something that I did in Washington, I go to a Chinese restaurant, I would use chopsticks. It is very different when you are hearing the sounds of Mandarin and you're sitting at a table with a group of professionals and using them in context. And that ability to really understand the importance of culture and context really became true for me even as an adult, but is the way that we would approach this work. So for example, the result is the same, whether you're using forks or chopsticks, right? The point is you need to eat. So if you think of standards as this guide for what ultimately you would like an outcome to be, there are many different ways to get to that outcome. And that's why I love this work and what makes it interesting, but is also what makes it complicated because there's not one way to do it. And that's why we are so reliant on our international partners when we're working on projects like standards. So before I quit, because I think I'm coming up to time, I wanted to give you a couple of real-life examples from Saudi Arabia, where we worked with a group of 25 women who were leaders in the Ministry of Education throughout the kingdom, it's a very big country, to develop their leadership skills and become experts on what is happening in early learning standards and to facilitate their development. So you can see a couple of the pieces that are part of that work because we think it's so important to have a sense of the context and who we're working with, etc. What we ended up with, which I think you'll find interesting. So here's an example of what the standards are. So as I said before, we are really, we stick to our own values, but we also have to recognize those in the countries we're working with. And we know that with early learning standards, we would say, and Lynn Kagan, you may be familiar with, would say that I think they're about 60% of what you're looking at for young children would be consistent across cultures. So their fine motor development, there are some variations, but generally speaking, development is consistent. The other part is really contextual. And you can see that we had in Saudi Arabia, Islam is a pivotal part of that society. And so we have a standard in early learning standards on Islamic education. And when I initially tell people this, that we're talking about how does that look for 4-year-olds, people look a little shocked and a little scared because they think I'm talking about theory or, is this really an appropriate topic? How does that look? And so I have a couple of examples, and you can see that in the context of Saudi Arabia and Islam, respect for parents is very critical, and that indicator for them fit into Islamic education. There is also a hand-washing criteria or indicator that fits for them. So it was really a fascinating project to learn and understand how this appropriately fits. So that's just a glimpse into the work. I am going to show you my website, maybe not. It's just www.naeyc.org, and we have a number of things available on the website, and my email, you're welcome to contact me. So, спасибо.
Благодарим вас за доклад.
So thank you very much for this report. The next report will be made by Dr. Stilakis Nektarios from Greece. Please.
Доброе утро.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for this conference. Greece and Russia have always been good friends. So from Greece into Russia, Orthodox religion has been brought. A lot of Greek words and a lot of other things. So in Greece we like Russian literature, Gogol, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Shalamov, Solzhenitsyn, and music. Serafim Sarovsky, Svятая Matrona, and others. So thank you very much for this.
Hope that my English would be better than my Russian. I am from Greece and I represent World Organization for Early Childhood Education, and I am really grateful to the president of OMEP Russia, Larissa, and my close friend Natalia Rizova for helping me being in this conference. I am really proud for Greek language, but it is not only because I am coming from Greece, but because many ideas were expressed for first time in my language. So I can understand, for example, what a pedagogue means, or pedagogica, like I see in faculty around. What does it mean? And I would like to ask you for a second to think, what do you think pedagogy is? I would like to think that one thing, that in the roots of the language, pedagogy, there is παιδί, which means child. And child means play. Παίζω, παιδί. This pe means play. So it is important when we speak for children to think that play is the central thing in that. But is it negative, or it's neutral play, or is play has to do with learning? Think what learning means for you. In Greece we say play theater. And theater was a school in Athenian democracy a lot of 100 years ago. We say play music. So play means that I am happy, and I am happy together with someone else. It is very difficult for me to express in my title, there is this changing world. Why our world is changing right now? I am coming from a place where many political issues there are around, but also the war in Syria. In my country, 63,000 people have come as refugees in my country, and they have changed somehow our ways of behaving, but for us, these people are neighbors. We do know the Syrian people, and we also have another issue to think about. What other European countries, how other European countries reacted to this issue? We speak so much for human rights, justice, fairness. There are so many treaties and conventions, but when we come to the point, we see that we are not very far from the time when the Second World War stopped, and these days we had this celebration here. So if we think all the different stone of this mosaic, we can see, for example, these huge towns in Asia or in other places of the world. We can see the huge inequalities. We are speaking for quality, for standards, and all these things. But are they, could they be practiced in reality? In our place, in our kindergartens, in our schools? What is the political and cultural movement right now all over the world? I am not going to read everything, but I would like to be there because I am going to say only the main point. Platon, who was the very first philosopher, and he has written a book about how a state should react, says that the very first priority of education should be citizenship. The state should provide the children, the youngest and future citizens of this state, all the things which are necessary to be a citizen. And to be a citizen means to be very critical, to put important questions and fight for the right answers. So this is, for example, democracy is not only for voting, but this cra in democracy has to do with power, where the power is. If we vote, but the power is somewhere else and not in the people, there is no democracy. There is only a representative system. And this has to do with our values and with the education of our children. Many years ago, the right to education was confirmed in the Convention of the Right of the Child and in many, many documents later. In 1990, learning begins at birth. And this is very crucial because it has to do with early childhood education. Then, 2005, there was the general comment on the right of the children, and there are, for first time, for preschool education is mentioned as offered for 1 year. So we have Dakar, and we have Millennium Development Goals in 2000, when preschool education was not mentioned. But many organizations like NIEC and many others all around the world, UNESCO, UNICEF, we put a lot of effort in order to have early childhood education at the highest level of the United Nations. This is an important milestone because it was held in Moscow 2010, and it was accepted that countries' wealth in the 21st century is not defined in material terms, but by the quality of their human capital. It puts forward early childhood care and education as a critical first step toward building the wealth of nations. I don't like the rhetorics about wealth and capital and investment, but perhaps this is the only people in power can hear easily. So perhaps we can use this metaphor, but from my point of view, not as the first priority. The first priority should be always the right of every child or everywhere in the world to have access to the best possible quality early childhood education and care. And then, 2015, at the end, it was adopted at the Sustainable Developmental Goals. There are a lot of arguments about that, about how early childhood education can contribute to development and learning. Everybody knows this Heckman figure, which is very persuasive to the people in power. So, for the first time in our history, we are satisfied, we are happy that among 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals, there is target 4, speaking about inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning, and in 4.2, we have early childhood education. By 2030, ensure that all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood education, care, and pre-primary education, so that they are ready for primary school, for primary education. We are happy for the first part of this goal. We are happy for girls and boys and access and quality early childhood education. We are a little bit concerned about the second part. What actually means that they are ready for primary education? How this readiness issue is defined? Since the definition has not come out yet, we should raise awareness about how this target would be defined in the future. There are many options, there are many directions, and some of them are child-friendly, but some of them are not very child-friendly. So Stephanie spoke about standards before, and so we should be very concerned how our societies and our governments or our networks will define this ready for school. I think that everybody in the field of early childhood education understand readiness as a multidimensional with a multidimensional perspective, but we are not sure if governments will accept this open or they will choose a test-like approach. So we should celebrate the target, but we should continue to fight or to negotiate or to raise public awareness. At the same year, in Incheon, South Korea, there was Education 2030 agenda, and the rhetorics were very good. Let's enjoy them. It is inspired by a humanistic vision of education and development based on human rights and dignity, social justice, inclusion, protection, cultural, linguistic and ethnic diversity, and shared responsibility and accountability. We reaffirm that education is a public good, a fundamental human right, and the basis for guaranteeing the realization of other rights. It is essential for peace, tolerance, human fulfillment, and sustainable development. So please keep these words in mind, and whenever you are in a panel discussing how this readiness issue will be practiced, remind that this Incheon Declaration is very important, and it is about human rights, it is about public good, it is about holistic development, it is about diversity, inclusion, and equality. We are concerned, I will be on time, don't worry. There are some words around that makes us too concerned about direct testing, outcomes, performance, private sector, schoolifications, schoolification of early childhood, standards. There is a lot of issues around, so we should try to participate in this dialogue and raise the voice we have developed throughout the years. And I think that we, the kindergarten teachers, together with the academia and the organization fighting for early childhood education, can manage to change somehow the route. So, continuing Stephanie's discussion, could be universal criteria, yes or not? And this is about European Union, but there is no time to elaborate on that. There are different kinds of that, and we can discuss perhaps later on in the film. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо большое за доклад.
Thank you very much for your report. Our next report is by Bayanova Larisa, the phenomenon of cultural congruence and changes of the standard situation in ontogenesis. Dear participants of the conference, dear members of the Presidium, I represent the State University, Federal University of Kazan, and we have people from our university here, and we also have representatives of preschool institutions of our city and of Tatarstan Republic, and I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to that forum. And Practically every year we take part in this event, and we also can speak about the wide interest in Tatarstan towards this conference. Today's report is about the most simple things in our communication with the children, how we engage people to the rules. And to engage them are to stick into the rules every day, every hour. And our children turn out to be the objects of our requests and on the rules. When we tell them to be polite, we prevent them from bad behavior so that they are diligent with their tasks, etc. And with that simplicity of today's communication and addressed to the children, there are behind some complicated psychological mechanisms, and the mechanism thanks to which children lose their creative potential. Sometimes vice versa, they acquire it. Because of the cooperation and interaction with the children, when they get acquainted with the cultural rules, we have some complicated moments when the child loses his adequate self-evaluation, loses self-confidence. And when a child complies with the cultural rule, that's a very important point. And compliance with the rules, well, behind there are some complicated psychological mechanisms. And I will report about this. So development of a child and happens within social relations with parents, kindergarten caregivers, and adults help to socialize children, and the adults' role is to translate the rules of the culture, and the child needs to adopt the cultural rule. That's the cultural congruence. Cultural congruence is an indicator of compliance in line with the social rules characteristic for the social development situation. I would like to draw your attention to the definition. Talking about cultural congruence, we are not talking about only compliance with the rules. Well, I mean, there are lots of rules, and they vary from culture to culture, and they vary from situation to situation, but still there is a stable, constant set of rules, characteristics for a certain culture or certain age. With the age, the range of rules also tend to change. Some of them preserve, maintain, some reappear or disappear. And we focus less on them, but this cultural congruence, this compliance of the child's behavior with the rules is evident, and this is something that we witnessed. This is the behavioral indicator which helps us and it helps us to identify the gaps and incompliances in child's behavior and in his interaction, and I would like to draw your attention to that phenomenon. Pedagogical influence of the adult is shaping of the behavior in line with the rules, and this is a complicated process. It happens on the edge of natural and cultural, so we limit the natural activity of the child, his natural wishes and motives, when he gets acquainted to the rules as rules. And this happens in a special situation when we request him to obey to the rules. So it called normal situation in psychology, and Virax introduced this normative situation to psychological science, which is defined as the circumstances and rules which define the object certain actions. And these rules are evident and understandable. If a person complies with the behavioral patterns, he's identified with the culture. And I think this is something that we feel when a person gets to a different culture, especially to a culture where he doesn't know the local rules. And this person is perceived as an alien there. So culture is normative, it regulates the behavior, and we also have this clear understanding in child psychology about this. In a normative situation, so there are rules and two subjects. One is agent of the culture, which is adult, and the subject is the child. He acquires the cultural norm and consciously or subconsciously starts to behave in line with the cultural rules. And we conducted studies of creativity of children based on their behavior compliance with the rules. And it turned out the higher the cultural congruence, meaning compliance, the lower the creativity of the child. This paradox tells us about a trend when standard behavior causes loss of creative abilities in a child. On the other hand, the child cannot be part of social relations if his behavior is not in line with the cultural norms. On the other hand, complying with the cultural rules, the child becomes less creative, and this causes many problems in child psychology. Well, the first is how different the rules are for child. The content of the rules varying from stage to stage and age. What are the differences between the rules in different cultures for children? And also, there are some constant rules, and their compliance with them identifies compliance with the cultural context, and also the rules develop. We develop the algorithm to study the congruence and created special patterns for preschool and early school children. And these are self-control, regulation, and for preschool children, safety rules are important, and also meeting the expectations with the adults. And for early childhood, study activity behavior. And it's important to understand the rules for the child so that it triggers and shapes his personality. We studied the content of the rules. We offered questionnaires for parents and for children and for teachers, and we identified about 1,000 rules for each day. And the comparative analysis and grouping of the factor analysis made it possible to identify all of the rules for children can be united into 4 factors or 4 groups. So the first factor is obedience to what the adult says, and safety is factor number 2. These are the factors of compliance with the normal situation. And as for safety, these are the dangerous consequences causing the actions which violate the rules. We call this safety. The third factor is hygiene. So these are the rules aiming at self-service and hygiene, and self-control. Limited is a limitation of impulses, and also obedience to the rules. And so all of those rules can be grouped, and the more standard situation of a child when he interacts with the culture is called structured, very structured. Child socialization is a regulated process where the social situation itself, in its basis, is a cultural situation, which means it's a standard situation. And so this is the scheme how we present the model of interaction of preschool child and the culture And it's normative because it's cultural, and the interaction with the culture of a child is arranged through the four groups of rules mainly. And I would like to mention that during the study we had other rules as well. Not only that, also constant rules based on psychometric parameters when we were developing that method. And we lost some of the rules that we wanted to maintain when we were developing the method, but they were atypical. The rules supporting, let's say, I don't know, careful care of the children and the plants. And those rules were mentioned by the caregivers and they were quite trained to populations that we studied. And we had a representative big sampling. And also, this simplified scheme, well, faces lots of resistance because of the variety of our interaction schemes, but such a structure of the culture is present anyway. And when we study in psychology children in a certain situation, we try to identify how the child sees the rules and whether they see them at all. What's his relation to the rules, and whether he has certain dispositions and how they work towards that norm. Any culture is facing the human as the object of the culture. And any situation is a cultural situation, so the question is about arranging that process, and do we preserve the objectivity of the child? And what is the reason for resistance, and what makes it possible for the child to remain a unique object? And the Russian philosophers also were asking themselves these questions. Berdyaev, Losiev, Lotzman, and Ilyenkov were writing articles about this, and I would like to emphasize so pedagogy and psychology of early childhood are very close to philosophy, and many philosophical sources speak of the fact that the reason and the course for shaping of a personality is development of thinking, and a good proof of that word is the well-known work by Ilyenkov. The school should teach to think, and we all know this work, and the thinking person is not only a personality engaged in the process. A thinking person is the source of development of the culture, the person who can create unique products in his creative process. Socialization of the child through thinking triggers a different pedagogy of the early childhood, a dialogue teaching where the child can become a subject with the help of thinking. We studied cultural congruence and thinking. The goal of this study was to identify what are the peculiarities of early children with a different congruence of behavior versus the norms. High congruence children have higher level of logical and formal thinking. They are better at identifying the cause and consequence interrelation, correlation, and so they are quite related. So these are the results of in a correlation scheme. And I would like to remind you that in the beginning I was speaking about creativity and cultural congruence, and but they are linked with logical thinking. People with low level of cultural congruence, so to a lesser extent they comply with the rules of behavior, they are better at solving problems, better, they have a dialectic thinking which speaks of creative potential, and socialization and also adaptation of cultural norms is a very complicated process, and it becomes complicated at each stage. And I would like to say what Zinchenko mentioned about the drama of this development. The drama of development remains the drama of enlivening of a person into the world, of making the world with a soul and of his survival. Asymmetric processes provide for survival of the person, of the human being, and of the humanity. Vygotsky Zinchenko underlines that Vygotsky could not think that personified is a good adult, and he is happy to meet the child in early childhood, waiting for the sensitive period, and after he waited for that, it gets into the psychology of the child. After that, he's exteriorized, and after amplification gets back inside. And Vygotsky supported the dialectic interrelation between a person and the exterior world. Well, the behavior of early childhood, preschool children is linked to the most important theoretical basis and fundamentals. Peculiarity of the social situation of development of a preschool in interrelation and interaction with the adult. This is the role play with compliance to the behavior rules and the roles and the plot of the game. And there was a wonderful report on the role of play in development of the personality of a child by Professor Smirnov, and we were listening to the report, and in that presentation those points were emphasized as the third and the most important point and assumption of development of a child is development of his thinking abilities, and further socialization of early childhood, early children and teens, of course, are triggered by the difference in cultural rules. And in our study, we conducted also a study of the school children, and we used the same methods. We offered questionnaires to teachers and the parents, and to identify the rules. Here it turned out that the range of the rules is smaller, but they have higher differentiation in terms of groups. So that's why for early school children, we identify 6 groups of rules, which is social interaction, study competence, self-control, obedience, self-service, and regulation. And here self-control remains, obedience, but here the rule about safety
не актуально, это и понятно, поскольку вот прежде всего физическая безопасность дошкольника, она более очевидна в организации его поведения, нежели младшего школьника. При изменении культурного контекста и правил, значит, регламентирующих поведение младшего школьника.
So while we change the cultural context, I'd like to highlight. So I'd like to say that a lot of factors interact with each other. And here I can see the quote of our classic of pedagogics, Zaporozhets Alexander Nikolaevich: the functional reserve for the consequent stage is in the previous one. So they are corresponding. Speaking about the development of cultural congruence in the preschool kids, it is being developed in the primary school. So unfortunately, I do not have more time. So let me finish then. So I'd like to quote Pazhovich, the appearance in kid to the end of the preschool age, correspondingly sustainable hierarchy structure of the motives make the person out of just associative, which is obedient, but the influenced irritators on him. and other incentives into the person with the inner unity and organization. So let me show you another picture. Cultural situation is a historical issue, and the situation of transfer of the norms right now and their application are being transformed nowadays. There is the issue of the scientific reflection of the situation, how the kid gets the role and what's the role of the virtual reality tools which are applied to our kids today. So thank you very much for your attention. So thank you very much, Larisa Faridovna. And our next speaker will be Titze Wolfgang, professor, the head of the Department of the Preschool Education of the German Free University from Germany. So he will tell us about the experience of German catalog of the quality.
Conference, I will be able to talk to you in Russian. I hope so. I would like to talk to you on best practices in early childhood education. This is very concrete. And
Entschuldigung, Sie bitte, haben Sie Präsentation?
Oh.
Ну, президиум выполняет свои функции, напоминает докладчикам о том, что нужны презентации.
So this is just the issue when the board is working, reminding the speakers about the presentation.
At least a little bit, and I will be able to prepare the PowerPoint presentation. So let's wait a second. I would like to talk to you on best practices, very concrete. What is good early childhood education and how can we improve practice? And I will talk on the quality criteria catalog, which indicates best practice in various areas and how it can be used to improve the quality in specific centers. Let me start in this way. When we are talking on quality, we need the concept of quality. What does it mean, quality in early childhood education? What does it mean, quality in a specific center? And we are using the following conceptual framework. We think there are 4 major quality areas. Let's start on the left side at the top. Quality of orientations. What does it mean? In a center, we need an understanding of the child. What do we mean when a child is learning? What is the conception of a child? For instance, today, we think a child cooperates from the very beginning. The child interacts with teachers, with other adults. The child is an individuum which is active from its very beginning. This idea of a child was not ever there. We have a saying in the city of Nuremberg, which is a city in Germany. It's a joke, actually. But several hundred years ago, they had made an invention. So, education was considered following the following model. There is a big trichter. What is trichter in? It's a mean you fill in. The child has an empty head. Nothing is in. Even not straw. Nothing is in. The very good educator is the person who gives in a lot of information from the very beginning without any pain, with a high speed. So the child is considered from the very beginning as an empty box. Today we are thinking in a different way on children. They are active at the very beginning. And this is what I mean. All our education is conceptualized by orientations. We have psychological understanding. Our developmental psychology differs from psychology we had 100 years ago or so. Also, a center may have a written conception. What is our conception in a center? How do we want to educate students? Orientations. Then we have below structures. Of course, structures do have an impact on children's development. It makes a difference if the teacher-child ratio is 1 to 6 or if it is 1 to 12. These are frame conditions. They are not set by the professionals. No headmaster, no teacher can change these. They can be changed by governments, group size, teacher-child ratio, also how the education of teachers, of educators is. These are structural frame conditions which are set from outside. Then we have the quality of processes. This is what experiences can a child really make in practice? How is the child treated? What kind of stimulation does a child experience, for instance, in language, in social development, and so on? This is the very concrete education a child experiences. And then we distinguish a fourth quality area. It is the cooperation between the center and parents, which is important because the child is not an isolated individual, it's a child of a certain family, and we know that the cooperation with the family is most important because, as we know from research, the impact of the family is 2 to 4 times as big as the impact of quality of the center. 2 to 4 times as big, at least in Western countries. So, all these 4 quality areas, they are embedded in a social framework. We call it a social ecological context. It means the area where the center is, the area where the family live, is it a rural area or is it a metropolitan area, and so on. All these may have an impact on children's outcomes, which are on the right side, in cognitive domain, social domain, and so on. And also, the way a center is organized has an impact on family life. If a center is open all day, this is a prerequisite for the fact that the mother can be gainfully employed, can participate in the labor market. All these quality areas are interlinked to a certain amount, and they have an effect on the outcomes. And I would like to start with some of the impacts. On the left side, you find the areas of orientations and structures. You can measure this, for instance, group size, for instance, teacher-child ratio, for instance, space available indoors or space available outdoors. And on the right side, you have the quality of processes. And what we found in several studies, that is that the factors on the left side, the orientations and the structures, do have an impact on the processes. And they explain, these factors explain between 25 to 50% of the process quality. I take it in a different way. That means, these results, if you know the quality of structures, if you know the quality of orientations, you can predict the quality of processes to a certain extent between 25 to 50%. Keep this figure in mind, because this has an implication for quality improvement. Basically, we have two ways how to improve quality. One is the indirect way, improve the structures and the orientations. For instance, government should be able to improve teacher-child ratios. It is very costly, and therefore governments are hesitating, but it is a way. If we improve the structures, that will have consequences on the improvement of processes. But how can I do this backwards? Let's consider the last figure. Yeah? Back? Here. If we improve the structures, more or less automatically we will improve processes. It is very clear. If the teacher-child ratio is 1:6 instead of 1:12, you have a much better frame conditions for interactions between teachers and children, no doubt. But what this figure also indicates, the second half, the circle is empty in the second half. There are other, at least 50% of quality, which are not dependent on structures. They are, so to speak, homemade. We all have the experience that two teachers in the same centers, working with two classes, do different quality work. And this is now the aspect where we can start with quality improvement in the centers. There is some responsibility by the professionals to ensure a high level of quality. Therefore, we have these two ways. Improve structures, it's the job of administration and government, but in addition, improve in a direct way quality in the centers. And I would like to talk on the second way. We shouldn't forget the other way. All of us, and also parents, we have to fight for the improvement of structures. We shouldn't forget it, but we also should look for the processes. What do we need to improve quality? First of all, we need a common understanding. What is good practice? What is quality in the center? And especially in Germany, where we have different sponsor agencies, like the churches, like welfare organizations, and so on. Each of them, they have a different conception of quality, at least they say it in that way. And no one will allow us to set national standards. And for instance, when we made an attempt to assess and to assess national standards, and we published that in a book here, in the Quality Criteria Catalog, people said, you are not allowed to set standards. It's our business. It's me, the sponsor agency, or the, let's say, the Ministry of Cultural Affairs. And we said, relax, tell me why a child has different needs, a child living, for instance, in Moscow, compared to a child living in Arkhangelsk. And if you make clear to me that there are different needs, then we will have regionalized quality criteria catalog. But if you can't explain that to us, we will have the idea there should be a common frame, what is needed for children, how they should thrive. So, and we developed this criteria catalog, a common understanding on high standards. Second, you need semi-standardized techniques. How can we improve quality? We have a lot of further education in Germany, but we do not have much experiences. There's an organization here, an organization there, they do quality improvement in service training and so on. But we have very little research if this is really effective. Therefore, we are saying we need a semi-standardized procedure how to develop quality. And a third one is we have the experience. Our colleagues in practice, they do not learn just from books. They need real-life support. We need an organization of quality improvement which includes the whole team, not only one teacher or two teachers. Quality will be effective only when the whole system of a team in a center is addressed, and each in the center has to work on the common goal. So we developed a course to develop quality, and what is also needed, but not on the table here, you need time to improve quality. Think of a center as a system, and you have to move the whole system, including the whole team. This is really a hard job, because all of us, we have our practice, we have our attitudes, and what you want to do by quality improvement is to move the whole system. And this is to do so, you need time. Everybody who says to you, we are doing a quality improvement weekend, and then we have a new center, don't believe. You need time, and according to our experience, you need the time of 1 year to 1.5 years. And as I said, a final condition is you need to include the whole team, because you are working together. This is not independent work, it's a team who works together. You are working in an organization, and this is really what we have to address to move the whole organization. Now, this quality criteria catalog, by the way, it has been translated into Spanish, and it is widely used in Latin America, and presently we are working with a publisher in Beijing in China to produce a Chinese version of it. This is beside the quality criteria, we developed a further book with all the methods. How can you change quality in your center? So it's a collection of different methods, very concrete how you can work in practice. Now a word how the quality criteria catalog is made of. It's too little maybe to read, and unfortunately it's in German. But we identified some 20 quality areas on the basis, for instance, space. How should a space organized that it is stimulating for kids? Another quality area is, what should the daily routine be like? You need that the child can have movement, you need that the child have a chance to develop fine motor possibilities. And of course, all the different areas of development are pictured here, and it ends up with the quality of the director. To be a good director, you need certain abilities, and you have to be perfect in organizing things, you have to stimulate the colleagues, and so on. So, the quality criteria catalog consists of these 21 quality areas, and in each area we have some 20 very concrete quality criteria. We are saying what is good practice. And this is not to unify the system, but we give the criteria, and we are hoping that people are reflecting the criteria. You do not need to agree to the criteria, but the criteria sets a standard, and you are encouraged to say, I do it in a different way, and then you have to do it, and then you have to have good reasons to do it differently. How did we develop it? We looked for international research and international books where quality criteria are implicit. We looked for instruments in assessing quality criteria, and it was a step. We had different panels who were cooperating with us to develop the criteria, which are altogether some 400. And it's not that we are saying you should observe and you should deal with all these criteria simultaneously. You can pick up, let's say, language development. You are focusing on this, and you work in a team, let's say, for 3 months on language development. Okay, how is it done in practice? We are using a so-called quality circle. We are starting with an analysis of the situation, and that means each colleague receives some checklists and judges the quality in the center according to his or her perspective. Then the different perspectives in the center are brought together. You see, the team as a whole is incorporated. And then you find the profile of the center. Where do we stay? Where do we have strengths? Where do we have weaknesses? And then you agree, that's a topic 3, then you are looking for a pedagogical orientation. Is it the way we are doing, is this a normal way we want to maintain, or do we want to make a change? What is said in the literature? What kind of new orientation can we use for our center? Then, step 4, you set goals. You will reach. You set goals for improvement. You as the unit, as a team, are setting these goals. You agree on objectives. You are planning the change. And finally, someone is controlling the effect. Were we successful in making our change? And if you are not successful, you start the circle again. And this is what we have learned in practice. It is really important that the team reach a certain technology to make improvements. And this is what we are doing with the circle. What can I do that it moves? No? Next? Next, please. Yeah. So we are working in circles. That means we are putting together the directors of 12 to 15 centers. We are meeting with them for a full day every 6 to 8 weeks. And this holds on during a year and 1.5 years. And in the time between the 6 weeks, when we are meeting with the director works with the team. The whole team is incorporated, and the whole team participates in the quality improvement. And of course, we are interested in the effects of quality. Does our quality improvement system, does it have an effect? Do we gain a higher standard in quality? And therefore, not always, but I would say every second circle we are doing, we do an evaluation, a simple one. We are measuring the quality of the center before we start with the circle. And then we are measuring the quality after 1.5 years, after the circle of quality improvement has been completed. And we are using instruments. You are also using here instruments from the environment rating scale, the ECCE's Early Childhood Environment Rating Scale. So it's an independent instrument. And what we find is this. The yellow bar is the quality level before our training. The blue bar is the quality level after having finished the training. And you see, more or less, it is 1 point on a 7-point scale, 1 point of improvement. Now the question is it much or is it just little? And of course we have measures in the social sciences we call we are talking on effect sizes. And according to these measures, is in fact it's an improvement of 1 point, a high improvement. So we can demonstrate that at the very end it was worth to do the thing, to do the improvement. We have reached a higher level. So thank you for your attention, and just a final one. Okay, just the final slide here. The table below, you see quality areas as they are defined in the acres, and you see we have improvements in all quality areas, but especially we have improvements in the interactions and in the activities. So that means in these fields which are really dependent on the quality of the teaching, on the quality of the educators. And here the centers have the biggest progress. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Dante. The next presentation, Sociology of Preschool Childhood. We give the floor to Vladimir Sopkin, academician of the Russian Academy of Education. Good afternoon. I would like to start my report with a quotation which you all know well, as yesterday as Malych Sergei yesterday already mentioned, that is the quotation from Tolstoy, which is well known. From a 5-year-old child there is only one step, and from a newborn to a 5-year-old there is a huge distance. And that is the quotation I used in my book. You may have seen it, Sociology of Early Childhood. And I will use the data from my book. And I added to this quotation another 2 quotations. I Want to Learn to Paint Like Children by Pablo Picasso. And Mom, look, the boat is busy. It's Kornei Chukovsky from the book From 2 to 5. This is a famous Soviet fairy tale writer. Well, why I added those 2 quotations to the first quotation? Yes, the foundation of development of a person is shaped in preschool childhood, in early childhood, and what we add up during the rest of the life. This is not so much compared to that period of establishment of the person, of his creation. Though life is quite long after 5 years, but we don't add much in psychology of development. That is the thought of Tolstoy. And what Picasso added to that? I want to learn to paint this creative potential. This is creativity. The child is courageous and he's not pressured. If you give him a chance or to show his courage, his creativity, readiness or to master the life, Like Vasily Davidov says in his book. I'm using using the quotation from Dostoevsky. You need to become a personality. You need to make yourself a personality, and this making, we should take it into account. When we are talking about the early childhood. Tchaikovsky said, "Mom, look, the boat is bathing itself." And there was a young girl standing near the sea with her mom, and she told her mom, "Mom, look, the boat is bathing itself." And when we are looking at the childhood, when we are enjoying that, looking at that period when unexpected reactions of the child, which is connected to the way they see the world, how strange this world seemed to him. And we also need to avoid destroying that strangeness, the perception of strangeness of childhood. So, but let us talk about sociology of education. What does this mean? Sociology of early childhood. Well, sociology of early childhood in sociology is something that there are no big representative studies, or there are few, unlike the studies of teachers, school children, and other participants of the training process. There are very few big studies about preschool children. I think this is a really big challenge for us, and I will try to cover some of the points and cover my understanding. Social functions are very important for sociology. What are the social functions of education? It's a preservation and translation of the culture and then transfer to the new generations. This is socialization and mastering of the rules and norms of behavior and life. What we write about the importance of living in age stage. This is socialization, what it means. If we talk within the logics of Lev Vygotsky and Vladimir Alexander Zaporozhets and others, this is the cultural life in line with each age period. And that is the goal of sociology, to track whether it's happening or not. The third important function is of social mobility and differentiation. And that's a very important point. I think practically we don't cover that in the studies of preschool children. This is social inequality. And it's not only happening in adult life. And to my mind, it's already starts to happen at the first stages of the child's life. And this is this equality program, democratization, accessibility, fairness, etc. And well, the main focus, my main focus will be on those topics in my presentation. One more important thing. Alexander Luria wrote that the function forms its organ. First, in genesis, we have the functions emerging, and then in our brain, the areas which are responsible for execution of those functions emerge. As I heard in the lecture, I'm not always attentive, and when I was a student, I didn't always pay attention, and I heard in Emil Durkheim the same. He was saying the same about sociality. The social functions give birth to the origins. Social institute. They are the organs that execute the functions. Now we're going back to early childhood. Here we have two powerful social institutes, the family and the preschool education. Whether they cooperate on execution and implementation of the function, that is the subject of sociology of early children.
Это материалы нескольких исследований социологических, которых мы опрашивали. Тут выборки.
So here you see the social questionnaires, and in kindergarten we started that work in 1997, and we started testing and interviews with children as well. So now. So there will be three parts. The first part of the report will be connected with satisfaction and the satisfaction of parents with the satisfaction of parents with the kindergarten, and the second part will be connected with the situation in the family, and the third part, if you have time, about social strategies of upbringing of the parents. So we asked them the question, what were you guided by when you chose the kindergarten? So here on the slide you see the answers, so geographical location, whether it's far from a home or not. That is the main reason of choosing certain kindergarten. Now our preschool institutions are restructured, and we evaluate whether they meet the needs of the parents, which were shaped in the situation when kindergartens and preschool institutions were accessible. Well, the second is a professional level of the caregivers, the professional training level. And the third answer is a good material and technical base, so good equipment. And, if you compare the year 1997 and 2007, if we compare those parameters, so there is not much difference, and the data is the same. But the next point is experimental, non-standard curriculum or training program. Today, as an important point, it's an important point for 8% of parents, and in 10 years ago, 22% of parents thought like that. But this is an important point which is connected with the introduction of standards in our preschool educational system, and also other school standard exam introduction. I think that is a great shift when the family rejects certain no, it's not full rejection. When they are not focusing on some innovative things.
So we mean here the programs in the preschool education system. This is a serious issue for us that tells us about tensions between innovative issues coming from the teachers and upbringing mentors. And another point is the destruction of the families that are connected with the kid, but not innovations. Another point that I would like to pay attention to, small percent, though some additional service having the possibility for the better access to higher education. If we speak about the parents with high profit, each eighth parent has the idea after the preschool education get the kid to the prestigious school. This moment in the preschool education is the promotion of social differentiation, and stratification is a very important point for the representatives of powerful social groups. Give the opportunities to the kids of better education and such kind of social promotion in education system. So this is the data about information. Information about the kindergarten. So here we see the program, the schedule and professional qualification of pedagogics. So this is the core issues which are interesting for the parents. And here on the left side, you can hear the poorly provided families, mothers who bring up the kids alone. Here is the program, and social lift are very important. This is the hope that qualitative education will give their kids the possibility to have vertical social mobility in the future. So weak social groups have high hopes on the state education as the possibility to have this social lift, which gives the system of preschool education. So speaking about satisfaction, we got several issues connected with satisfaction. If we see this data, the picture is quite positive. The major part is satisfied with the quality of preschool education. 84%. It's just 2.5% that people who are not satisfied with the preschool education. But let's cover this data in details. So these are separated issues of provision of the conditions for the kid in the kindergarten. So hygiene issues, quality of medical conditions, equipment access, quality of the work of the pedagogics. So these are all grades above 4. But let's check the lower row. So green color. This is poor families. Red color columns, rich families. So here we have a very paradoxical situation. So let's say rich families are more satisfied with the quality of the preschool education and the structure itself. So there was a Q&A in more than 2,000 families in the system of state kindergartens. So how we can interpret this data? there are some social mechanisms when in the system of state preschool education, rich families, let's say powerful social groups, have the possibility to give their kids better conditions and services on having the kid in these preschool centers. I do not want to politicize, to make a kind of politics out of this, but this is a serious signal, speaking about the access of the quality of preschool education for the poor families and weak social groups. What about content of the task, of the lessons? So they are very positive, but if we speak about next slide, and this graph, we see the trends corresponding. The trend is the same. This is the red line. So these are different issues on the development and provision the issues for the kid. Well, let's say a strong, more powerful social group are more satisfied than the weak social groups. The quality of education are considered to be a good one, and as well as the conditions. So as far as I do not have too much time, let's talk about the kindergarten and what does it give to the kid. So with the age being in the kindergarten, the estimates of the higher age grades are more positives and more expressed, that are considered to be the development issues in the early childhood, 1 to 3 years. Here the estimates are lower on the type of the development of the kid. And in this regard, the idea, this is a very complicated issue into the system of kindergarten, when the earliest time where kids are still in the kindergarten, this is early preschool groups. So here we have a gap, and these programs are not elaborated for the earlier childhood. And here the parents see the issue and the gap, and a lot of details skipped and missed. We need to make efforts for qualitative provision of different issues, including education to the kids in the earliest time being in the kindergarten. Let me show you just the latest outcomes. So this is, let's say, powerful social groups and weak social groups. Data, let's see the column first. Brain conditions, brain abilities, mind abilities, intellectual abilities, adaptive abilities, find new friends, adaptation, new environment, being accurate, being disciplined, being insistent, being patriotic. So the level of education, let's say middle education and higher education, there is a very different issue. When we speak about conditions, material conditions, and level of education, they work seemingly in different directions. The more educated social groups are more critical and have more requirements to the content of the education. So as soon as I have been reminded twice about the time, I guess I will probably not a lot of time for the third part, even for the second part. But here I'd like to finish then. I'd like to tell the following. One thing is really important for me. So it's the last one. So the upbringing strategies of the parents. So in this book there is everything about the family, and at this moment is very important. There was the information about strategies of upbringing on basics on egalitarian, orientative planning, executive and control stages. As a result, we made the factor analysis of these results of the strategy of upbringing of the parents, and we identified two factors which are very powerful: orientation to the inner world of the kid and pragmatic orientations of the parents. Cognitive model of control and emotional inclusiveness. So why I want to finish with it and take time from Nikolai Evgenievich. Why is it so? So here we see the comparison of married mothers and not. The idea of full family as a special situation in the upbringing preschool kid is described here. Please pay attention that mothers of girls married and boys, they are in the upper left squad. They are oriented into the inner world of the kid and the emotional inclusiveness while interaction with him. Speaking about fathers, they are in the other side, on the right one. It is connected with a pragmatic orientation and cognitive control of the behavior of the kid. These are two different strategies of the behavior. And in this regard, we can say that in full families, two strategies are being realized on the gender, let's say, basics. So this is considered to be a full upbringing with these two strategies. So this is kind of additional control for the kid, or socialization, we can say it, and the system of interactions, which are added with the gender factor. Please pay attention that mothers which are not married of boys and of girls, they are in the different space, different dimension. They are, let's say, they have a deformed traditional mother's position. They have emotional inclusiveness and practical aims. They, let's say, play a different development of the kid in the unfold family. We need to take this into mind when we speak about the challenges in the system of the preschool education. The growth of the families is very important, which do not have father. This is a system of additional point for the preschool education. It should fulfill, let's say, this gap. Sorry about this. Thank you very much for this nice presentation. It was very interesting. So, dear participants, we have one report with which we'll finish this session. We'll give the floor to the chairman of International Forum, Veroksa Nikolai Evgenievich, PhD, professor, head main editor of the magazine Modern Preschool Education, Russia. So I try to be quick, take into consideration time, but I want to say the following. Vladimir Samuilovich will have the opportunity to cover in details his report, and I invite everything to his session to discuss the issue with the social situation that is going on in the preschool education.
Я на самом деле хочу сказать, что я тут выступаю как
Here I'm the representative as an editor, and I explain you why. So preschool education is not the ownership of the group of people or just some country. This is a very democratic process, and in this process there is a special role that goes to the mass media, which allow us to discuss situation, analyze it, and share opinions. You can see the scale of international cooperation in this period. There are representatives from MEP. So we got the letter of congratulation of ECCE, European one, and there is a great role that mass media plays for it. So special means. So I'm the main editor of the magazine Modern Preschool Education. I'd like to say the following. So more than 10 years ago we founded this magazine, and the idea was to organize a professional society in the area of psychology, pedagogics, and preschool education. So in a framework of some special space. And part of this conference, partly this conference is a part of that idea. So Mozaika Synthesis publishers faced up with this challenge as well and shared their responsibility. So we issued more than 70 issues of this magazine, and we couldn't deal with the support of different scientific schools that are in Russian Academy of Education, and the representatives of Moscow State University contributed a lot, Moscow State Pedagogical Institute, Moscow State Psychology Pedagogical University, and other universities. So the geography is huge of the magazine. So today we can surely say that this is an international magazine today, and this is not due to the quantity of journalists or editors, but the quantity of quoting of the magazine. You can see in the previous slide that the quantity of foreign authors has increased due to our friendly relations. And I hope that this conference helps to expand these ties.
Участвующих в наших выпусках. И здесь нам помогают
Here,
различные организации.
many organizations help us, including World Bank, and we hope that these results are let's say, possible to get in many countries. So we are in the list of licensed magazines where people can publish their works, and it's very important for the young scientists. And due to some some issues, we have quite good rating. Speaking about quantity of quoting of the magazine in different years, it is the figures are increasing. So the process is going on. So it tells about the productivity of the strategy of the edition, and I'm very thankful. To the editing and editorship. So we have the most popular events which we publish and cover. The major part of such events were reflected in our magazine. As well, we transfer the history of preschool education, which is happening every day. So this is the statistics that you can see on the slide. So next slide, please. So in our magazine we have a website. We have more than 300 visitors every day, and for the last year the figure of visitors was next slide, please. So about 15,000 people visited the website of the magazine. We can say that it's of a high demand these days. So our magazine is open for the authors. Due to this license, we have in our issues great articles. From this year, we have launched a new project about publishing the best and most interesting researches of top 100 universities in the world. We connect to these universities and asked for the permission to translate the best researches. So far, we haven't had any refusals. So there is a new step to open our magazine in a new sphere. We've opened the access to the best articles, best 100 articles which are devoted to the education. Speaking about new trends in the education. So right now, new directions are being developed. We review the childhood and role. its role in the life of a person. So a lot of reports are connected, which we've heard today, with this issue. We have different issues of ethics. And we are testing different methods to evaluate the quality of education. The fundamental task is to integration with the international associations, especially for education and practical studies. And the higher education institutes and scientific research institutes in science have a goal to present their achievements in magazines and also international databases. And our goal is to promote the magazines and databases as well. The next slide, please. One more, please. The next one. As we see in the slide, so these are the magazines that we could publish our studies on childhood, and they are very few. Over the past years, the situation got better. But the amount of magazines is not enough. Though there is an increase in interest for science, and also we are planning to publish in the International Childhood Study magazine, and it involves the scientists, which will be published every quarter, and it involves scientists from many European countries and Russia as well. And I hope that all of those present here today will think about this opportunity and will support our idea, the idea of our magazine in English, and that we publish on behalf of the scientists who deal with the study of early childhood. Thank you for your attention. Estimated colleagues, and now we have a special theater performance downstairs, and we will invite you to attend.
Да. Саша, мы будем слетать в
Börjar det 12:30 eller?
Добрый день. Вы извините, пожалуйста, у нас такая миссия
Han ska visa hur vi gör med denna, för den är väldigt känslig. Så att det kommer...
Vadå, så att vi kan... Vad är det vi får med? Så vi gjorde det ända själv, ja.
Ja, och dubbelt. Fast han sa att det är bättre att dubbelklicka för den är känslig. So it's better to double click.
Yes.
Yeah. And on the left hand side.
On the left hand side.
Får man testa en gång?
Det var bakåt.
Det var den
Var det
du skulle
bakåt?
ha.
Du ska klicka där.
Du ska inte ha den.
Nej.
Den är för känslig. Där.
Alltså på den?
Ja.
Eller ingenting.
Ja, den är avstängd där. Ja, han har tagit av den där.
Okej. Har han gjort det?
Ja.
Men man klickar där.
Ja,
Precis, du ser att
dubbelklicka.
den är delad där.
Okej.
Dubbelklick.
Men då vill man ju nästan ha sin egen. Eller ja, man ser den där också, ja, Elisabeth. Där ser
Ja, men det är ju väldigt långt bort.
Vad sa du? Ja, men du behöver läsa tror jag.
Någon som har tappat sina pärlor här? Nej, det är nåla.
Det stod ju skylten nere, såg jag om den. Men den är inte. Nej, så det är inte bra. Jag frågade honom igår när det var där.
Min dator blir ju jättetrött när den jag vet, jag frågade Skia för länge sedan om jag skulle skicka till en flöte. Jag fick ett som inte är komplicerat. Men vi diskuterar inte med henne. Lycka till, men vi får se vad som händer.
Jag ser, hur mycket ser man här? Inte så bra.
Nej, jag tror jag tar upp min dator.
Nej, jag har inte papper här.
Jag har inte skrivit upp. Eller jag hade skrivit upp den, men jag har glömt den hemma.
Så jag har dessa istället.
Det känns ju alltid konstigt när man presenterar något man inte kan. Jag får göra som en introduktion till dig.
Skulle vi vara här? Jag vet inte.
Det blev ju så sensuellt från Susan. Och hon skickade in det för att det skulle vara ett symposium, Ryssland och vi. Och då var ju de okej så va. Jag fick det skulle ju inte ha så här, det skulle ju vara ett symposium bara med Ryssland och vi. Så har ju Susan skickat in till abstrakt.
Konstigt, men jag gör en liten introduction to Sonja.
Ja, men det är
Ska
inte
vi
en
sätta oss på
introduktion till mig, det är en
främre
introduktion till
raden?
oss alla, har liksom styrt den i sin helhet.
Nej, inte så
Jag
som
vet
jag säger.
ingenting.
Jo, det är det.
Nej, inte så som jag säger.
Men det är
Sorry.
det.
Ja, fast inte så som jag säger det.
Välfärden och
Annat än det.
Nej. ingenting om Miranda. Ja, då. Men det är ingenting om Miranda. Så att ni kan lugnt säga efter själva det som ni vill säga. Jag kan ju ingenting om det. Åh tack. En röjter som en skicklig gammal hus. Röjter? Feller?
אז איך את מחברת את זה ל...
This is mine. Sorry.
Sorry?
This is mine.
No, that's okay.
Not about this.
We're trying to figure out how to connect our computer to the screen.
You have to ask that guy over there.
Okay.
Yes, but this is that. Ja, precis. Och det är den här kvinnan i långkjol. Ja, från Ryssland. Ja. Hon står där borta. Jag tror hon är och sätter mig. Så vi ska inte sitta här. Vi ska inte ha någon... Jag tror att jag ska sitta här.
Du och Olga ska ju sitta här. Men det är ju... Så ni får göra bordet för de stycken här.
Men jag har sett så är det gott att ha platserna på första rad då, så vi ska gå upp.
Yes.
Jo, hon står där. Jag står där och pratar med alla.
Jag måste säga att vi ska uppföra ordningen där. Jag tror inte hon har fattat helt säkert.
There is no round table, right?
Ganska så.
Just imagine it's
Jag
round.
håller lite i omgång.
Supposed to be here or somewhere at the table? I think it's 5 simultaneous discussions in 5 different rooms. Right? And I asked the director, I said, it's up to you. You know what you want to do, you do discussion.
So you're here?
Yeah, we're in the last.
Yes.
That's,
Can I see?
I'm when you're really hungry.
Yes. The last one?
Yes. Yes.
And Anastasia. Is that Anastasia?
No, that's my colleague, Iris.
So she's in the same as you?
Yes.
And before ECCE?
And we have
We
2
have
hours.
to come up to here. You have to tell them so interpreters take up the name.
Yes, so I think they sit in this room up there.
Yeah, but because it's in 5 different rooms, and I heard only 2 interpreters, so I don't think they have
Yes, I think so. There were 5 rooms yesterday as well. And the interpreters in every
Oh, there were
Yes.
5 rooms? Okay. I didn't.
And this is the name, so they always.
Okay. That's
Probably, yeah.
everyone to understand.
Vi tar upp lite stund.
You change the order.
Fast jag vet, när ska jag komma då?
Då kommer up to number 3 and then it's the same.
How are you?
Yeah, because we have a certain order for the presentation. They take this one more overview and we sort of narrow it down. There was a need to
There is a sense to the order.
So are you ready for our
What time are we supposed to start?
This one will be number 5. Just the order of the boxes. Yes, each.
Oops. I didn't mean to do that.
Because this is the wholeness introducing Jonas and Elisabeth's papers. So you need to come before that. So that means that it's been 6 after.
I'm coming after Jana.
Yes, you're coming after Jana, just the same.
Yes.
So there will not be his report. That one is not coming.
No, she coming, but she will make this report about our research. And we
Okay.
will not make report. So it will be, this is a person from our team.
Yes.
And we decided to make 1 report, not 2.
So that one disappears?
Yes, to leave some part for discussion.
Okay.
So it disappears. And this article just a moment.
So maybe we are the first now.
I'm not sure he will make his report because he's in USA. He's in USA now because the whole bank made a conference there. So I'm not sure if he will, maybe he will promise us to make video translation. I will ask him some questions. Then, maybe Elizabeth.
No,
No.
Sonia.
Sorry.
Mhm.
Okay.
So we are first.
You are first. You are first.
We are first.
Did you like the report of London? Yes, I think it was very interesting.
And I have plenty of questions.
Yes, and you will be able to ask it. I hope you will be here. He said yesterday that he will be here.
Yeah, because he had some, I would like to know more about.
Okay, first.
Yes, then. Elizabeth? Elizabeth? After me is Elizabeth. After Elizabeth is Jonna. And then is Liv.
Larsen, Jonna Larsen.
Yes. And Liv. The same way as it is now. It's only me and Pia who's moving up. And all of them disappear, yes.
And then Russian report.
They are disappearing. All of them. Yes.
You are six. There will be only six reports. Yes, and one person is sick. It's,
who is sick?
This.
So that one also disappears?
Yes. So we have six reports. Six. No, it will be discussion. It's a round table. So it should be, there is no round table.
Yes.
It at least should be some discussion.
So after all the lecture or in the end?
In the end.
In the end.
I think it's better.
Yes.
So we have to sit here or we have to we sit down?
And you and I'm sitting down there as well, or?
No, we are sitting here. Yeah. And we will tell maybe 2 words before the session to make contact if you want.
But I don't know that you have to do because I don't really know the context because it's so different things.
Okay, and I will introduce you to.
Yes. Yeah.
So we will sit together. We are two, so there's no
Maybe it's a little bit more common to sit here because I was in such table and it's very difficult.
Yes,
to
you can
watch
see.
presentation.
Yes, there's too many. Okay, so we will sit here and we are the last, the six. Okay.
Так рождается память.
after yesterday party, not so a bit. Okay, so I propose that tomorrow we will meet a little bit late. Not at 7. Not at yeah, it's okay, sure, it's okay. I will, this session will finish at 2:30. And that's it. Yeah, that's good. Yes, yeah, it's okay. We just have to leave after the session, and we actually were going to ask you if that would be interesting, because we have a narrow seminar to develop. Tigran is not here, but he asked Stephanie. So if first, like we will come here about maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes before we leave. And then, I think that it's probably it's interesting only for you, maybe from not for everybody from the Swedish. I think so. Yeah, so just Stephanie will present what is the association doing. So you're welcome to tell you. Yes. So we'll see when we will finish. But then we know our we'll have a little time tomorrow. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, good idea. Why not? That's a good idea. Yeah.
So you and I, because it's just, or do you prefer to sit down by yourself?
It's okay. No, it's okay. That's if we have a chance, why not? We will talk, and then we will, if we need, we just left it for 1 or 2 days. But I would prefer to do it.
I mean, so would I, because I mean, we know we don't get the same.
Yeah, back and forth. Yeah.
And don't understand, and so it's just plain and fun. Because I'm coming in town now, so it's 6,500, including tax.
And is it included? Does it have to be included extra? And all
So
the
it's
references. 500 left. So you got the last version that I saw was like 6. No, it was 6,000. Yeah, almost. Yeah, it was 6,008. Because I cut something probably after that. So the final, from my perspective, final version. Did you work with the last version that I sent you before you left from Sweden?
Because it's also a red line, as you can see that.
Yeah.
Because it was.
Yeah, it was. I just worked. My computer died, so I did it in August. Yeah.
So I know that's the last version. So
Okay.
I made it
Good. Okay, I will check before the
Yes, should you put your presentations? встретимся после секции, хорошо? Если я писала уже, то, значит, визитка вам не нужна, потому что у вас есть адрес. Да. Дайте визитку. Должно было со счастьем название. Не, никакого счастья. Никакого счастья? Никакого счастья. Блюз. Уважаемый... Уважаемые коллеги, мы сейчас будем начинать.
В зале есть Бахтияров Олег Георгиевич? Не вижу. Понятно, конечно.
Сейчас начинаем. Уже 40 минут должно быть начало. Biggest. Уважаемые коллеги, мы начинаем круглый стол, посвященный оценке качества.
Dear colleagues, we start our section on the quality of preschool education. Well, here this hall is not fitted for the round table, but we'll try to adapt. We have 6 presentations, each will take 10 minutes. And after that, we plan to start the discussions and we'll be able to ask your questions. So that you can prepare your questions, I will introduce the participants of the roundtable, the big Swedish team, with teachers from Göteborg University, and these are the teachers which are not only researchers of preschool education, they also worked in the kindergartens, which is not always the case for Russian researchers and scientists. And over the past years, they've been working with the evaluative tool ECCE, and they were not only evaluating the kindergarten, they were also working with the teams of the kindergarten to improve the quality. And also, we have the Norwegian teams involved. Some of them are also doing this work, and Wolfgang Titz also promised to join us. He was doing the plenary report today. And Titze Wolfgang is representing one of the world's best practices of working with the preschool teams. The Institute for Evaluation and Quality Development that he created in Berlin is, to my mind, one of the best institutions of that kind. And probably we need to understand how that works to create something similar. And when you prepare your questions, so don't miss the chance to ask the people who did such important steps in terms of development of the quality. And first, I would like to give floor to our international colleagues. Нужно взять спецоборудование.
Машинка есть, перевода нет. Раз, есть перевод.
Can you hear my translation? Can you hear me? It's второй канал. Channel 2 for English.
Итак, слово предоставляется.
So we would like to give floor to P. Williams from the Swedish team, the quality of preschool education in Sweden, and Sonia Sheridan will make the presentation.
Right, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pia Williams from the Gothenburg University in Sweden. And as we have heard in several presentations on this conference, quality in early childhood education is an important topic in many countries. And research suggests that high-quality preschools provides many long-term benefits for young children and society. How to measure early childhood quality, however, can be problematic. One approach has been the use of early childhood environmental rating scale, the ECCEs, a well-proven observational scale of the learning environment created in the United States. And the scale has been used in over 20 countries and translated into different languages and plays an important role for measuring environmental quality within early childhood education. In Sweden, it's the wrong one, oh, sorry. Så det är fel. It doesn't work. Sorry. Right. In Sweden, the preschool qualities has been evaluated with the ECCEs scale since the beginning of 1990, showing a significant and important variation in preschool quality. So in 2016, we, as a research team, decided to once again explore quality in the Swedish preschool using the ECCEs scale. So today we'd like to share some of the preliminary results and tendencies from this evaluation. And our research question is formulated as: what are the core quality aspects related to the preschool overall quality? From a pedagogical perspective, the learning environment in preschool can be seen as a complex system of interplay between policy, people, material resources, and pedagogical processes. So our theoretical framework in this study is based on interactionist perspectives in which individuals and environment interact in a continuous interaction. Our theoretical framework is also based on sociocultural theories, and the perspective of Vygotsky plays an important role, where children's learning and development is considered to be culturally and historically situated. So together, these theoretical perspectives contribute to an understanding of the relationship between policy issues, educational goals, the preschool quality, and preschool teachers' competence in organizing and creating conditions for children's learning. So why then ECCEs? Well, during 2016, we began a large study to collect ECCEs data in Swedish preschools. ECCEs was chosen primarily because of its ability to detect curricular quality and its ability to function as a measure of comparative quality from a national as well as an international perspective. Swedish preschool has a strong international reputation for education and care, and currently supports more than 85% of Swedish children. Children can start preschool from the age of 1, which makes preschool an important part of children's lives, as well as provide a foundation for starting school. Since Swedish children spend a large amount of time in preschool, approximately over 30 hours per week, it is important that they are exposed to high-quality environments that support their cognitive and social well-being. It was therefore of importance to use an evaluation instrument with focus on conditions created in preschool for children's well-being, learning and development, and to focus on a learning environment rather than on individual teachers and children, in line with the intentions in the Swedish preschool curriculum. ECCEs consist of 6 subscales and 35 items which define different levels of quality in typical situations in preschool. Item scores are 1, which scores inadequate quality, through 7, which is excellent quality. Detailed descriptions are provided for each item on level 1, 3, 5 and 7. The lower levels of quality reflect a pedagogical unawareness and a focus on limitations and deficiencies in various areas. Excellent levels of quality focus on interplay, how the preschool teachers interact with the children and use resources, including themselves, to promote children's learning, participation and influence. 6 researchers who is part of the research team are all certified in using ECCES 3, and the mean inter-rater agreement was 89% of the total agreement in this group. And the 6 researchers in turn trained 15 other researchers in using ECCES 3. So out of them, 10 researchers evaluated the preschool quality, and their mean inter-rater agreement was 89% of the total agreement. The observations were focused on the total environment, that is space, equipment, material inside and outside, surroundings, documents, the atmosphere, the interaction between teacher and child, the social climate and educational style. And after the visit, each researcher independently completed the ECCEs and then discussed the ratings with each other within the team. In this study, we have a stratified sample of 12 municipalities in Sweden, representing a variety in geographical areas and living conditions, as well as ethnical and socio-economical backgrounds. This presentation is based on a random sample of 122 preschools, and the children are between 1 and 5 years of age. And the working team in these preschools are a mixture of preschool teacher and child attendants. The data production consists of a 3-hour observation, often occurred from 9 to 12 p.m. And the analysis was drawn from descriptive data from the ECCES 3 evaluation. And now Sonja, my colleague, will tell you about the tendency and preliminary results of our study.
Соня Шеридан продолжает рассказывать, это общее исследование.
Sonia Sheridan will continue about the general study.
Yes, I'm Sonja Sheridan. I'm also from Gothenburg University in Sweden. And as my colleague Pia here presented, this is 122 preschool this far that we have analyzed and described the results from. And as you can see, as Pia said, the quality is from 1 to 7. That means that the higher the points are, the higher the quality. So you can see that some preschools are above 5. That means a high quality. But there are also preschools below 3, which is a low quality. But most of them is in the middle, having a good quality according to ECCES. But still, there is an important variety in quality. And now we're going to go into ECCES. And as Pia said, it is 6 sub-themes, as you can see here. And then we can see that they vary in quality. And it's also a huge variation of quality within the subscales from the preschools. And you can see here that space and furnishing is one subscale having a high quality, which we can think and reflect about in relation to Wolfgang Titz's presentation about the importance of the structural quality. You can also see that personal care routines hold a high quality, and that the low quality are identified within the subscales of language and literacy and learning activities. The mean value for all these 122 preschools are 4.0. And now we will look more and deeper into these subscales. So, the first one is space and furnishing. And then you can see that I have marked space inside. That's actually the quality aspect that held the highest quality of all items. So according to Eccles, there are high quality related to the space indoors, but you can also see outdoors that there is good quality in space. So interesting is that furnishing for care, play and learning, and gross motor equipment and room arrangement has a lower quality, which can be an effect of the architecture, but it can also be an effect of how these areas and spaces are used for learning and development. And then you can also see the next subscale of personal care routines. This subscale also holds a high quality. And here we were really surprised when we analyzed item 11, safety practices, because when we were certified in using ECCE, we had really interesting discussions about what is safety, what can children do in preschool. And we had an impression that in Sweden, children, they could climb trees and they could run about in ways that we regarded as safe, but we also had big discussions, where do the limits go for safety? So we expected it to be a low quality on this item, not that Swedish preschools are not safe, but we expected it to be a lower quality here. So this was a surprise that it really followed the same guidelines and recommendations that are in ECCE related to safety. And then we have this subscale of language and literacy. And this is one of the subscales having a low quality. And I'm not going to talk so much about this subscale, as my colleague Elisabeth Mellgren will go deeper into this subscale. But what you can see here is that helping children to expand their vocabulary and encouraging children to talk has a higher quality within this subscale related to the other items of using books and written numbers and letters. But Elisabeth will talk more about this scale, so we move on to the next one. And this subscale is problematic in many ways, because this holds the lowest quality of all. And you can see it throughout this subscale. And even items such as art, music and movement, blocks, dramatic play, which are or should be the core of preschool pedagogy, holds a low quality. That's something we need to look into much, much more. You can also see that the other items holds a low quality. And here, my colleague Jonna Larsson will also talk more about one of them and go deeper into this. But all this subscale has low quality, unless you look at the last one, appropriate use of technology. And this is because not all preschool were using technology when we were there observing them. So this is based on a smaller sample, but the one who used technology, they did it in a very good way. So, and here we have supervision and interaction, really high quality. And over the years, we have talked a lot about the importance of communicating with children, to interact with them. And you can see that this is something that has been important in preschool. But if you relate this to the other subscale of learning activities, it makes you also wonder, then what do they talk about if it is such a high quality in communication, but low quality in relation to mathematics and science, for example? And it is that this is mainly a focus of social communication. There is a lot of warmness between teacher and child. They talk with the children in such a way that, oh, how nice to see you today. Did you have a nice weekend? What were you doing with your parents? It's that kind of communication, instead of also combined with focus on different areas and subjects. And this is the last subscale that is also high quality for whole group activities. And here you can see free play also holds a high quality. And transitions, which also surprised us a bit. So, and the last, should be one more, thank you. So, what do we see in this first analysis of this study? That there is a variation in quality, which gives children unequal conditions for learning and development in preschool. You can also see that there is an important gap between the policy intentions and preschool practice, which makes you also think about what is the role of preschool teacher education. How do we prepare teachers to work in ways that are expected in relation to the curriculum and policy intentions? So we also need to think about how we organize preschool teacher education. You can see that among these 122 preschool, only 12 had what we call a high quality, and 11 had a low quality. And critical aspects are communication, interplay, didactics related to different subjects and contents areas, and also knowledge of how to organize an environment to create good conditions for children's learning and development. And you will hear more about this from our colleagues. Thank you.
Слово предоставляется Элизабет Милган, тоже из Гётеборга. Я, пока она идет, быстро прокомментирую. Я вижу в зале много людей, которые уже работали.
Ivan Milgar will be the next speaker. A lot of you have worked with this. programs. These were 6 skills programs, not 7 as we use. And there are in Swedish kindergarten we have higher qualitative level. In Russia we have different tools. This is ECCE's modification. It's more structure. It is stricter. So another thing that is not so far included into the Russian skill, that all the teachers and upbringers, caregivers should be included, and their activity also should be included. So good morning.
Melgren, and I'm from the University of Gothenburg, as my colleagues. And you have heard about the study I'm involved in. And I think I will start with the title of my presentation, Literacy in Preschool. Yes, but I'm going to talk about the whole scoring about language and literacy. It's very hard to divide, to take away language from. Oh, I look at my. Now I'm. Yes, yes, thank you. I want to talk about literacy in preschool. I mean that literacy in preschool include multimodal expression using technology and digital tools, and in some way even oral communication. Roger Sellier talked about this yesterday, and I think his definition of communication and literacy is the one I will join. I mean that reading a story in a book is a sort of virtual expression and experience, as well as digital experiences, and how application, and of course you can read even digital and technology if you have if you interpret pictures and signs. But it's clear that in ECCES 3, literacy is reading literacy and print. And I think that's it could be very hard to catch all of what literacy can be in a measurement. So, but we can think of it that literacy can be much more than it is in ECCES. And you heard about the design of the study, and we have 122 preschool departments in preschool that we have done the measurement in, and the items in language and literacy is helping children expand vocabulary, encouraging children to use language, staff use of books with children, encouraging children's use of books, and becoming familiar with print. And here you can see the staples of the different items, and we really we didn't thought that the item 14 should be so low scored. but the oral language, just helping children expand vocabulary and encouraging children to use language, is rather good. And here Pia Williams talked about the scoring, and I can say something about how we would score. Just helping children expand vocabulary and encouraging children to use of language. The scoring should... Oh, I think this wasn't good. Yes, we can have the next picture, and I can talk about it. To score good, you have, for example, staff sometimes use the names of people, places, things, and actions as children experience them in routines or play throughout the observation. And or the staff sometimes describes people, places, things, and actions in one meaningful context. And or the staff sometimes take the opportunity to introduce new words. If you score 1, it is limited and not sometimes. And if you score 5 or 7, it's frequently or general. And encouraging children to use language is most about how to use questions, use non-rote questions, and the environment, if it's relaxed and children feel that they have possibilities to talk to the staff and to each other. Using books is just about how staff use books in preschool, and encouraging children's use of books is about if there are any books and if they is accessible for children. And becoming familiar with print is, of course, about if print is exposed on the preschool, and if it's a combination with pictures, helping children to understand what it's all about and how the staff use it. If they point out in a clear way so the children can understand. Yes, you see the means in this table as well. And you can see the frequencies, how the 122 preschools is spread over the items, over the scoring. And you can see that in the item 12 and 13, helping children expand vocabulary and encouraging children to use language, is rather high scored for most of the preschools. And maybe it's a combination of that preschool teachers are rather good on interaction with children. And they who have good skills to talk to and with children, they do it very well. But in the item for staff using books with children was very limited. you can see that it's 67 preschool. There was none or very briefly using of books. And that's a big question. So our findings is that preschool teacher they have an ongoing communication with children, but in the item 14 we can raise the question: don't preschool teachers read with children in Sweden? Yes, they do, but they often do it on resting time, as a solitary activity and as a time filler, and not so often in an educational way. And there is something to struggle with in the preschool teacher education and in practice service training. And I think I have to stop there, but we have vital questions to work with these results, to implement and to discuss in the preschool teacher education, to let the preschool teacher students have a good quality in their education. Thank you.
Следующий человек из
The next person, Johanna Elias, will be the next speaker. Speaking about the development of the quality of education.
Hello, my name is Jonna Larsson and I'm from University of Gothenburg. Thank you, Olga, for introducing me. I'm going to talk to you about providing preschool science education of high quality, and this is an example from the same study as you have heard before. Yes, please. The question at issue here is what levels of quality is evident within data deriving out of the 122 Swedish preschools, and in what way are these results significant for children's emergent learning of science? Yes, please. So, when talking about science and the youngest children from 1 up to 5 or nearly 6 years old, this is a process of change when we look to it from a research perspective, because there are some contesting views of young children and science. There is a long tradition of doing research about conceptual change, the conceptual change tradition, which is linked to a conceptual understanding, focusing on model-based reasoning, which includes terms as misunderstandings, or sort of that children's understandings of science are alternative understandings. But there is also a large sociocultural tradition based on the work of Vygotsky, based on the work as, for example, Barbara Rogoff, which focus on learning in interaction, how contents as science is communicated between the children and the teacher, and between the children themselves. I am doing research from the perspective of emergent science, which is placed within the sociocultural tradition. But there is also another growing tradition that is adopting a more critical perspective to look into hidden conflicts, gender and power issues in relation to these educational contexts. So, in relation to nature and science within the Swedish preschool curriculum, it is outlined that the preschool should put great emphasis on issues concerning the environment and nature conservation, The preschool should contribute to ensuring children acquiring a caring attitude to nature and the environment. And also, within the preschool, children should be helped to understand that daily reality and work can be organized in such a way that it contributes to a better environment, both today and in future. Yes, please. The curriculum also outlines a couple of goals to strive towards. And it's important to say that the Swedish preschool curriculum does not have goals to achieve, only goals to strive towards. So, within the preschool, the children should develop their understanding of science and relationships in nature, as well as knowledge of plants, animals, simple chemical processes, and physical phenomena. They should develop their ability to distinguish, explore, document, put questions about and talk about science. They should also develop their ability to identify technology in everyday life and explore how simple technology works. For example, you can see the bucket with a moving mechanism, for example. And they should also develop their ability to build, create and construct by using different techniques, materials and tools. Yes, please. You have seen this picture before, but I would like to put your attention to the learning activities. The minimum mean value is 1.3. The maximum mean value is 5.1, and the total mean of all learning activities are 2.6. Yes, please. These are the items within the learning activities. It's about fine motor, it's about art, about music, blocks and dramatic play. It's about maths, both the materials and activities in daily life, and to understand written numbers. And it's about promoting acceptance of diversity and appropriate use of technology. But I will focus on nature and science. Out of these 122 preschools that we visited, and according to what I told you earlier about the Swedish national curriculum and what is outlined, these ECCE scale have some issues that I will talk to you a little bit later about. But these tables are showing that only 8 preschools out of 122 can be considered having high quality regarding science. And what is high quality then? Yeah. It's about staff and children talking about nature and science. That staff functioning as role models, that they extend children's awareness of issues related to science and nature. And in order to score a 7, the highest score, expanded conversations are demanded. That staff initiate science-focused topics, and that children are offered possibility to use scientific methods, and that are given opportunity to care, really care for animals and for plants. Yes, please. When looking into what is considered as good quality, 38.5% of the preschools score 3 and 4, and these preschools are characterized by conversations about science and nature. They talk about some birds, or they talk about the flowers, they talk about the weather, perhaps. And they have materials, at least 5 materials related to science from 2 of the following categories, which is natural objects, some living things. They have factual books, games and tools. And the children have access to sand and water. And all this is done for more than 25 minutes during this 3-hour observation. Yes, please. So that leaves us to the other 67 preschools, which is 55% of the observations, where the preschools has low quality. So what is happening in these preschools? Yes, to score 1, which 1/3 of the preschools have done, there is no science-related material accessible, and staff does not talk about any phenomena linked to science during the observation. And as I said, it's a 3-hour observation during 9 in the morning until 12, where almost all children are present within the setting. The teacher-child interator, all teachers are there, almost all children are there together. And also the most planned activities take place during these 3 hours. And even that, 1/3 of the preschools does not talk about any science-related issues. Yes, please. Yes, yeah. Here's another picture which showed the same. Yes, please. So, what kind of skills and experiences do children have access to in the light of the results of the study? Very few children have access to materials which they can assess science. And if they do, the time limits of accessing these materials are too short. In the light of these results, what can we say about ECCE 3 as a measuring scale? Well, the strength of the tool is that all settings has been evaluated by the same instrument, and thereby we have the possibility to compare. In relation to science-related issues within the Swedish curriculum, the scale has some limitations. That is, the Swedish curriculum still stipulates more aspects. That is, it demands more from the preschool teachers than the ECCE 3 scale do measure. That means that if the ECCE 3 scale should become more calibrated to the Swedish national goals to strive towards, the scorings from the 122 preschools would be even lower. So, what is then needed to provide the preschool science of high quality? Well, I think the possibilities for such preschools rests on the experiences provided for children, that they can try, elaborate and examine without being forced to give correct answers. This perspective differs from the conceptual change traditions and gives space for other kinds of experiences. But it also stipulates another kind of professional attitude from the preschool teachers. That is, the preschool teachers need to capture moments when science is going on. They need to initiate conversations about matters they may be understood as abstract, which science concepts often are. The teachers need to arrange learning activities that are based on children's meaning-making processes and interest. And still, the teachers need to be responsible for the content. At the same time, they need to secure that children should play, have access to play with all nature materials, to measure, to compare, to talk to each other, to talk to the teacher who has to know the subject, but also have to value children's play and learning. And I think also it implies a certain way of looking on children and childhood. Thank you.
I would like to remind you that ECCE was conducted in Russia, and the scores in nature and science are the lowest, and it's lower than for free play. And the Finnish team finished their presentation for all of the regional institutions this is very interesting information of how you can use that data for your research. There was one study, and based on that study, it gave birth to many more studies. And now we give floor to Liv James from Norway. With the report, Learning About Concepts Through Everyday Language Interactions in Preschools.
Hello, my name is Liv James, and I come from Norway, from the University College of Southeast of Norway. And my study is about learning about concepts through everyday language interaction in preschools. And we have also had a ECCE's study in the Norwegian preschools this autumn. And we have some different evaluations, especially according to the language. So what I am talking about is something I think may be very important after the ECCE study to find out how can we work with quality when we know it's not good enough. The aim of my study is to investigate talk in everyday language interaction and examine what they can represent as arenas for concept formation. And I built this study on the work of Vygotsky and his successors. And Vygotsky talked about everyday concepts, like words for concrete experiences and objects. And he talked about scientific and abstract concepts. And I use the theory based on the sociocultural tradition about language learning. And Vygotsky, he separated between scientific and abstract concepts from intuitive tacit concepts and names of concrete objects embedded in everyday contexts. And he asserted that scientific concepts and abstract theoretical concepts are primarily learned in everyday situations through language. That abstract concepts are primarily learned through language, while spontaneous everyday concepts are acquired in everyday context and only systematically built up to a small degree. So what do concepts do? What do they represent for children's learning? Yes, they support children in organizing experiences, categorize and sort their experiences. And they help children to connect one experience with another experience and explore, yes. So, to learn about concepts, Vygotsky talked about everyday concepts that they develop from below to above, while scientific concepts, they develop from above to below. And he's also claimed that they are strongly connected to each other. You have to manage a lot of everyday concepts to learn the more theoretical, abstract concepts. And to include a word into a system of concepts, children have to understand that an object, to be categorized as a member, they have to have some traits in common with other members of the system. And at the same time, the children must accept that the members in a category may have some differences, like in size, in color, in function, and they can be quite different, but still they belong to the same system of concept. For instance, the color name red, you can have a red car and a red flower. They are not alike, but they have some traits that put them in the red color system. So to identify an object as a member of a system of concept, a child must master to look away from the differences between the members of the system and to look for relevant similarities. And when we talk about learning about concepts, Vygotsky meant that it is fruitless to direct, teach or instruct a children about the scientific or abstract concepts, because he said that under these conditions, children learn not the concept, but the word, and that this word is taken over by the child through memory rather than through thought. And he also, as you know, talked about thinking as thinking with the meaning of words. And it was important to have the understanding of the meaning and not only the word as memory. So the research questions I worked with in this study is how can preschool teachers support children's early experiences with abstract and scientific concept formation in everyday language for situation, interaction. And to make you get some idea about why everyday interactions are so important, I will say a little bit about the Norwegian preschool as a context. And the Norwegian early childhood education is, according to Bennett, among others, based on a social pedagogical approach. The social pedagogical approach are focusing on development of social competence and to empower children as active participants in society. This is the short version. It's something else also, but this is really important. And that this social pedagogical tradition is quite opposite to the pre-primary approach that focuses on more on academic learning and to prepare the children for school. And in the Norwegian preschools, about 10, 15, 20 minutes a day may be teacher-led activities. Sometimes there are no teacher-led activities through the day. And the pre-primary, quite different from the pre-primary approach. And most of the day children can choose what they like to do, what they want to play, what they want to do about art and craft activities, and so on. So, this study is done with video observation in everyday situation, everyday talks, to investigate how 2 preschool teachers promoted children's language learning and concept formation in 2 classrooms in a small town public preschool. And this preschool had language learning as their focus area. And the children, they were from 3 to 6 years of age. And then there are 18 children in the Norwegian preschool classrooms in this age group. And there are 1 preschool teacher and there are 2 teacher assistants. And I conducted this video observation over a period of 4 months. I were there 1 day a week from 8 to 11 over a period for 4 months. And I did 12 visits. And the material were transcribed, and I analyzed these transcriptions and started with focusing on the children's engagement and the teacher's support when talking with the children, children's engagement in some kind of play, art or craft activity or something like that. And I examined how the teacher supported the children's understanding of the meaning of words and concepts. And I studied whether the teachers talked about the meaning of abstract words and in relation to more concrete words and concepts. So, my findings. The 12.5 hour of video observation, I transcribed 26 language interaction lasting from 2 to 6 minutes. And of these 26 transcribed language interaction in the data material, 4 of the conversation were especially talks about concepts and word meaning. And findings. I think I have no time for more than one, so I take the next one, please. Yes. In this situation, a preschool teacher and 2 children, Eva, 4 years old, and Mia, 3 years old, were sitting at the breakfast table. There were only them there. And Eva had told about her friend that had been ill for a long time. And then the teacher starts to think about the word, and she said, to be ill, what is it actually? To be ill, I mean? And the children didn't answer, and she was very calm, and she waited for 7 seconds. What happened when you get ill? Exploring tone, inviting. And the eldest one, Eva, said, you can get sick. Yes, that you can get sick. The teacher said, smiles at Eva, and is quiet for 6 seconds. Have you ever been ill, Mia? She asks the younger one. And Mia really looks shy and looks down at the table and shakes her head. Have you ever been sick? The teacher asked. Yes, sometimes, Mia said with a low voice, and looks quickly at the teacher, and she is quite shy. Oh, what happens to you then, the teacher asks, and engaged and loud, and she waits for 8 seconds, that's quite a long time. And then Mia said, I throw up. And the teacher said, you throw up, the same low voice. How did that feel? Smiles at Mia. I don't know. She said, really shy. And the teacher, but what is it to throw up then? Exploring tone. And Mia said, I don't know. Being ill? She looks quickly at the teacher. And the other child says, yes! Loud, proud tone, smiles at Mia. Yes, it's to be ill, the teacher confirms. And this is a kind of everyday conversation in Norwegian preschool around a meal. And the teacher, she is really good. She is acknowledging the child. She is taking up what they are engaged in, and she makes the word ill, which is quite abstract and difficult, be explored in different ways. So this is a quite good language experience for the children, I think, talking about something concrete and something and more abstract concepts together. And however, she did not give them some more words. She could have talked about having a flu, having a cold, being sick. It's just one example of being ill. So the discussion to be taken is that the teachers, of course, were interested and engaged in the children's talking, but they relatively seldom supported and extended the children's language learning and concept formation. And I think there is some challenges for the teacher in the social pedagogical transition to be aware how important it is to let children hear many words, and even not only hear them, but to connect the more concrete words with some more abstract concept higher up in the system, concept system. It's so many everyday situations in the preschools that the children can learn a lot if the teacher really are engaged and talk about what the children are engaged in and think as meaningful. So that is some challenges we have to work on further on. Thank you.
Слово предоставляется Татьяне Николаевне.
Give the floor to Tatiana Nikolaevna Levan. We just heard great ideas of Vygotsky, how they can be applied, this abstract concept into everyday life, encouraging their initiative. Dear colleagues, in the framework of the time that I have today, I'd like to be quite short for the mass auditorium, the results of the research, national research of the quality of preschool, with the support of Russian education surveillance. So I'm dealing with the Institute of Moscow project, Moscow State Pedagogical Institute, and here on this slide we here see several people, but it's not the whole team. This research will not be without great team of regional experts. Some of them are in the hall today, and we are very glad to have them here today. They contributed a lot of their efforts and a lot of understanding of the preschool education into this research. So I'm not going to speak a lot about the conceptual framework of the project. The aim of this project set by the state organization, and this will be in the presentation as well. The aim is connected not with the control events, but research. So it was necessary to identify the modern preschool education in Russia, and it could be done only if regions were voluntarily, and there could be good conditions to prepare the experts. That's what we did before the research. So I'll be short about the tools. These are scales, ECCE, official transfer of the scales of acres. This has been used for more than 30 years. Many countries, more than 20 countries, use this tool for research purposes, including national systems of quality of education. And our laboratory tried these scales in 2014. So that was a great research with a great amount of specialists, observations. So, and this tool was chosen for the longitude research because it allows, with the pedagogical observation in the group of the kindergarten, see how the conditions are being applied of the standard. And this tool allows to specialize in the indicator, in the observed situations, the implementation of the standard. Together with this, we want to highlight that the object of observation is not are not the kids, are not the caregivers, but educational environment. So this is not space and equipment, toys, materials, but interaction of the kids with teacher, kids between themselves. This is the structure, the schedule of the schedule for different activities during the time. So if we speak about the parameters that are being evaluated, as you see on the slide, this is a developing environment, structuring program. There are some parameters that are connected with the conditions where parents are involved, how pedagogics are being self-realized. So one expert did this observation for the group. The selection of the group was spontaneous. We observed different activities during the day, starting from the reception of kids, making activities, work, anything else. All the observations are set in the special Q&A special sheets. Then all the data gathered in the electronic form for further analysis, including comparison of kindergartens and regions even. Here you see the profile which the electronic system gives. This is the same as the printed out one, as the appendix in the scales in these published in the orange book that was shown on the last slide. There is the special scale. We can see the online results as a graph as well in this program. So the results are confidential, and they were transferred confidentially to the heads of the kindergartens from the experts who observed the situations. So it's very important to be objective in the studies and see the real picture in kindergarten. So a couple of words. So a couple of words about the statistics and the selection. So last year, 40 regions of Russia participated in the study. On the second stage of the research, we'll have more than 60 regions. 423 preschools were covered, and right now we are gathering data about the regions that take part in this study this year. There was a great interest from the kindergartens that we got this year. Couple of words about the structure of the selection that was made last year. Each region was offered to include into the selection up to 8 kindergartens. Some regions took more than 8, and the kindergartens contained 2 groups. First group, speaking about 8 preschools. There are kindergartens in the regional ratings and expertise opinion were the best, and other 5 should have been selected by the region randomly. Unfortunately, we cannot control the frequency of the formation of the selection, but due to some mathematical methods allowed us, due to the initial data, see the regions and proportions that we got. We identified 324 kindergarten that were clear samples, and according to the data we made the outcomes. So what are the results? The average figure, general one, index quality in the random selection, 3.37. So the group is the best one, 3.88, and the difference is insignificant. How do we comment it? Regional ratings do not include the procedures of relocation of the kindergartens and pedagogical observation itself.
было проведено исследование, которое
Thus, we
показывает жизнь
conducted
детского сада изнутри.
the kindergarten
Здесь мы можем видеть, что несколько
selection
разные критерии, разные
study
параметры, которые
due to some particular kindergartens.
дают
So all
разные
these
представления
parameters give different
в каком
presentation
месте, на каком уровне качества
about the
находится
level of the
детский сад.
quality of
Как
the
вы
particular
видите
kindergarten.
на диаграмме с
So as
шариками,
you see on the diagram with the balls,
все 7
all 7
подшкал примерно
subscales are practically the same or similar by the
распределяются с большим
results
превышением садов лучших, группы лучшие, ну так условно.
So we have here best kindergartens which prevail at the average ones, considering comparing by the indexes. So there are 43 parameters of the acres scale which we identified. There are positions that are pretty much the same. So some of the parameters are the same and good in both the groups, and there are some issues are which are of a deficit, some certain kindergarten. And the aim was to identify these deficits and work with them. So there are several examples of relocation of the points in the 7-point scale. As you see, the trends are the same. If we observe some system deficits, they are quite understandable to us, but the professional community should think, or what is the presentation, what is the quality for the masses of preschoolers, teachers, and the management. So there should be decided what are the criteria for this evaluation, how the parents interpret the quality. Speaking about these services, I mean preschool education centers. Probably here I'll finish my presentation because the results can be probably seen in the deficits, let's say, slide, without the comments. Some of you, I see, take photos. The information on the regional organizations of management have been sent, and the list of these positive issues and negative issues have been identified by the experts, and the recommendations were sent as well. Speaking about the example, how the results are printed in mass, are issued in press. So RIA Novosti agency published the results in a graph image. So modern preschool education magazine also published couple of researches and details of the studies, speaking about positive and negative issues of the preschool education in Russia. So here is the website and email that you can send us if you're interested in the project or some other kind of cooperation. Thank you very much. Let's give the floor to the last speaker, Schlesinger Iris Levi from Israel, from a pedagogical college Levinsky. Please.
Hello to you all.
My name is Iris Levy. I'm from Israel, from Levinsky College of Education. I do this project with my friend, Yael Schlesinger. I am a pedagogical mentor in the program of ECCE in Levinsky College and also professor in the faculty. I used to be a kindergarten teacher for 23 years. Our research focus on conducted for 2 years and focus on the patterns of change in student-teacher perception of parents and teacher relationship. Research shows that the teacher relate to the work with parents as one of the complected and difficult part. Others find it hard to accept that working with parents is a significant part of being educator. During the second half of the 21st century, parents' involvement in education has increased. As a result, educators needed more and more knowledge and skills in order to build a positive and effective relationship with parents that will benefit the children and the system. Therefore, colleges and education programs provide more classes and training in this subject. However, research shows that students feel the program still lack training in the subjects. In some colleges in Israel and in the USA, there is only one class about working with parents during the training program. As a result, educators feel that dealing with parents' needs and concern is one of the most complicated part of their work. Due to increased parents' involvement, classes that provide knowledge and skill about how to work with the difficulties with parents become an essential part of the curricula in education. The ecological model of human development by Bronfenbrenner and Morris was the essential theological approach of class, pointing out the significance and the complexity of the relationship with parents. The methodology that used on our research based on multiple case study. The student teacher were asked to describe their perceptions of teacher-parent relationship in drawing and in writing, at the beginning of the semester and at the end. The study was conducted with two different times. The first one was in 2013, 31 student teacher in a career change was participant in course on working with parents. The students have a degree in other subject and they're changing their profession to education. And the other group in 2016 were 18 student teachers who participate in a course of working with parents. Overall, 49 participants. The results show patterns of change in the beginning of the course to the end. The first one, 20.5%, show transformation from suspicious to trust and cooperation. The second, 16.3, from distance to closeness. 12.2 from hierarchy and authority to cooperation, 32.7% from cooperation to complicity, and 60% from positive attitude to suspicious and inferiority. And the 12.2 show no change. Now I would like to ask Yael to show you the results.
Hi. So I'm Yael Schlesinger. I'm a clinical psychologist and also teaching. I think you can hardly see me if I'm behind this. And I'm a clinical psychologist and a professor at the Levinsky College of Education. And now I would like to go over some of the example of what the students showed during, at the beginning and at the end of the semester. They showed the patterns of change in their perception of the relationship between parent and teacher, verbally and as a metaphor in drawing. And I would like to show you some examples. Okay. So in this is the first pattern that we found, that at the beginning of the semester, students express suspicion towards parents, that, hold on, 1 second, feeling constantly that they are being criticized and tested by the parents. As you can see on the first drawing, time 1, the student said that parent-teacher relationship is based on a critical eye. She draw a big eye on the paper. Parents evaluate, criticize, and confront the teacher. In time 2, at the end of the semester, she said the teacher should develop a relationship that is based on involvement and mutual respect. So she perceives the relationship as working as a team to the best interest of the child. So this is one pattern of change. This is another drawing on the first of time 1. Still very suspicious of parents. And here the student draw eggshells, as you can see, and she wrote in Hebrew, walking on eggshell. That's how she feels when she has to confront parents. And I think the other slide, it says parent-teacher and a sign of like, be aware. The next pattern of change from distant to closeness. The student wrote as reflection of the change she went through during the semester, during the course. The difference between the two drawings is in the relationship. In the first drawing, there is distance between the parent and the teacher, and the relationship is unstable and with no cooperation. In the second drawing, there is closeness. The parent is aware of what's going on in the daycare, but does not interfere. There is cooperation in the best interest of the child. The teacher decides about when and how she wants to inform parents, and there is mutual understanding. So the relationship is much more respectful, close, and the teacher is perceived as trustworthy. Another example of the pattern of change from distance to closeness. Leah first was very anxious and distant in order to avoid confrontation with parents, and she wrote a lot of background noise and misunderstandings from both sides. And you can see that she drew the parents, an ocean, and then the teacher. And the ocean symbolizes like an ocean of misunderstandings and fears, etc. And at the end of the semester, she wrote, there are professional considerations which we talked about during the semester. It includes the professional understanding of the needs of both sides. So there is more empathy and tolerance towards teacher. I would like to mention that during the semester, during the class, what we teach them is we give them theoretical background of the position of the parent and articles about how difficult it is to be a parent in the educational system. We take into consideration that a lot of the students are not parents yet, so they might be less empathic and understanding of what it is like to be a parent that gives away the child for so many hours a day. And I think by giving them the theoretical background and the skills, we enable them to be more empathic and at the same time feel more efficient and knowledgeable about how to deal with the parents. One? Oh. Okay, another pattern of change is from hierarchy to cooperation. Here on the first slide, on the first drawing, the teacher is one to provide her professional opinion, what she thinks about. So basically the teacher hides behind the hierarchy and the knowledge and the professional authority. And then at the end of the semester, the teacher and the parent are together at the same eye level. There is more cooperation. Another, I will not go through the details, but another pattern is from cooperation to complexity. And then another one is from a positive perspective to a sense of inferiority. Here, actually, it was much less percentage of the teachers, of the students, but some of them, by being too empathic and too understanding of the parent position, became afraid of hurting them, of not doing the right things. And I think that some of it is due to the complicated position of being a student teacher, where you are exposed to very complicated situation, but at least in Israel, you are not allowed to talk directly to the parents. You observe the teacher, the supervisor, and so you're exposed to complicated situation, but you don't experience success. You don't experience dealing directly with this complicated situation and seeing for yourself that you can deal with it, and therefore they are just exposed to the complicated situation and not gaining the experience. And I think some of it is the reason why some of them are afraid of the situation. Conclusion, due to fear, lack of experience, students' starting point was very defensive, and that we saw that in time one. Knowledge and reflective discussion, as were done during the semester, can deepen introspective understanding of attitude towards parents. Knowledge and introspective understanding improve sense of self-efficacy. And also the study suggests such classes have the potential to improve parent-teacher relationship and to reduce the student-teacher defensive and anxious perception of parents. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, уважаемые коллеги. Есть возможность задать вопросы или прокомментировать?
Have a chance to ask questions or comment some of the presentations, because our guests use the tools to evaluate the quality. You have the microphones, and please give the mics to those who would like to ask the questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and the person with the mic will come to you.
Отдельная компетентность задать вопрос, это известно. В детском саду как раз этого можно учиться.
First of all, thank you to the wonderful presentations we heard this afternoon. I would like to make a comment, because most of the presentations were dealing with experiences with the ECCEs. You are doing a big research project here in Moscow and in Russia. Sonia reported on the Swedish study. First of all, I think to use an instrument to assess quality of early childhood education, that's a kind of new approach. I assume that you didn't have an instrument before the ECCEs. We didn't have in Germany an instrument before. We are using heavily the ECCEs, and maybe the situation in Sweden is quite similar. Therefore, I think I would like to make some critical comments on the ECCEs. So this is done on the background that we are using the scale, and basically that I think it is very helpful. First of all, We should be aware when we are using the ECCEs and we are talking on quality of preschool education. This goes along with a narrowing of the perspective. The ECCEs is not a comprehensive instrument to assess quality. It focuses mainly on processes, but it includes also some structural aspects. So what I mean, when we are using the ECCEs, we should be aware of the limitation, what is in our focus and what we do exclude. And what I simply mean is, we should also have a look of those aspects which are relevant for quality, which are excluded. I name a few of them. We are not focusing on structural quality, for instance on teacher-child ratio, but we do know this is an important structural factor. We do not focus on the low payment of teachers in early childhood education. This is also a very important factor. So what I would like to point to is, when we are using the ECCEs, the reason for good quality is then simply more or less with the teachers. And what I'm saying, this is maybe a too limited perspective, and we are losing other very important things, like the curriculum, like teacher-child ratio, like group sizes, and so on. My only thing is I would like to point to this aspect, that we are aware of it. Second, a conclusion from this. I think when we are using the ECCEs as a quality measurement, which excludes several aspects, we should develop a more comprehensive understanding of what we mean, a more comprehensive concept of quality, which includes the forgotten aspects, so that we have a more comprehensive reference frame to put in the results with the ECCEs. Well, I think this is an important issue. I would like to make this recommendation especially to my Russian colleagues, because using such an assessment instrument, it's more or less a new approach here. Second, what I would like to emphasize is, we are talking on quality when using the ECCEs. What kind of quality do we assess? We assess mainly quality of processes, but we are focusing on the target point is the whole group. Is the whole group of the setting and the group of children. We do not assess quality for an individual child. Sonia, if we have in some item a mean of 4.0, for instance, then this says the quality of the group in that item is 4.0, but it might be 1.0 for one child, let's say language or storytelling, which is not included at all, and other kids are just included. So be aware of the fact that the ECCEs is addressing an average quality and the quality of the group. I think this is important to my perspective, to have this broader perspective. I think all of us, we are interested in improving high quality and make it better. We should avoid the situation that it is just an issue of the teachers. And I think frame conditions are very important, and in my country it's always a struggle. We are struggling for better conditions, for better payment of teachers, for better child-student ratios, more space inside, outside, better working conditions, and so on. And my recommendation would be, let's develop together a more comprehensive perspective and focusing the whole thing in a broader frame.
Thank you, Titsa, for highlighting these very important points. And I completely agree with you that we need to view ECCE as a tool and nothing else. It's not the truth. It gives one perspective on quality, and it needs to be combined with other methods to assess and evaluate structural aspects and also to collect data that gives us a more comprehensive picture. So I completely agree in all these statements. But I would also like to say that I also think it needs to be related to a theoretical framework on what classes you are viewing quality itself when you are using it and when you are analyzing the data. And also to follow up what's going on with the children, what is happening to the child in these different preschools. So I would like to say that I completely agree with it. But then I also think that circumstances in Sweden might be slightly different, because we have had quite a high quality when it comes to resources, to space, to preschools, staff-child ratio. We have often three preschool teachers working with a group of maybe 15 children. So this is circumstances that are very different from many other countries. So we can also see that when we compare preschool with similar resources, similar conditions for teachers to work in, so the structural aspects are really, really important. But when they are similar, it is the competence of teachers that also makes a difference, how these resources are used and how children are approached.
Ну, Вольган Тице второй день уже вот гнет эту линию, что качество — это не только учителя.
For the second day in a row, we are asserting that a lot depends not only on the teacher, but it depends on the conditions of work and the relation between the parent and the teacher, which is really the big point for us. This is the painful thing for us. Who is ready to ask the questions to our colleagues? And yes? Victor Dobry from Moscow University, the Russian Academy of Sciences. I fully support the wishes of our guests to have a more comprehensive approach to evaluation. I mean, the comments about some of the aspects of the quality are excluded. And based on that, this is a positive work which should be done. And I would like to add to that point. And we forgot some of the achievements of the humanity, which we could use here. Well, our forum is similar to when Odyssey went back home to his Penelope, and when he was experiencing lots of challenges, and he had to go through many difficulties. In particular,
so when we listened to Silion, he was considered he asked not to listen to him. He was kind of kept without movements. So during the Middle Ages and during the ancient times, there could be anything possible. Any person could sing, and not depending on his abilities. So some deaf, blind, other people could be got back to the normal life in the society. So, and my wish is the following. In order to achieve some universal approach, we should not limit ourselves with the exclusions that were achieved by the humanity and get to the renaissance of the achievements by the human beings, where we could make out of anyone the best singer or just a singer. Thank you very much. A very good, inspiring speech. One more question it's possible to ask, if anyone wants to do this. So, Saratovsky Regional Institute of the Development of Education. I'd like to thank all the speakers, our foreign partners, foreign colleagues, for such a serious qualitative research that is being done about speaking about the evaluation of the quality of preschools. So it's kind of a separate issue, we all understand it. Evaluation of the preschool education is different from other levels of education. The ECCE scales that are being applied and are offered as a tool to evaluate the quality of education. I agree with our foreign partners, foreign colleagues should have a widened approach. I have a question. Forming the expertise team to evaluate the quality of education, which specialists do you include into this team, from which areas, in order to evaluate the quality of school education in this team? There will be some special people with some special expertise from different areas. Thank you.
I hope I got your question in the correct way. This approach is an approach to evaluate the quality of preschool education. The school setting might be different, and there are measures to evaluate schools. Schools belong to a different part of the educational system. Teachers are trained in a different way. The subjects are much more important, and so on. Therefore, I think it is hard to directly compare the evaluation of preschool system to school system. I also got another question, and you have to correct me if I'm wrong. You said, what is the qualification of the people who are doing the assessments? In our case, I do not know how you selected the evaluators in your system. For us, the requirement is it should be a person who should have experience, practical experience in the field. So the observer has to be trained in a very general sense. The observer must be familiar with the system. She must know to what she should look. So this is a basic thing. Second, we ask our observers to show a pedagogical qualification, let's say a master or at least a BA. Then in addition, we do very specific training, and we do training like you did it in Sweden. So you have, when you would like to do it in a broad sense, the observation, you need qualified observers in the region. And we do it in that way that we have master trainees, which are trained by our office, by our institute, and who are doing the training in the different regions. And what is important, we always check the reliability of the observers, because you are losing your ability to observe perfectly. So you have to do it, or you have to repeat it, and you have to interact in between so that the judgment really is similar. And this is very important because I think a lot of the variation in quality we see in the centers is maybe not the variation of the quality, maybe it is a variation in the quality of the observers.
So I can only say for the Swedish study that all of the evaluators, the external evaluators, had a long experience from working in preschool, long experience from working at university, and most of them had a PhD or were doctoral students, master students, many of them. So as you say, the education, you could really call it the education of external evaluators are very, very important and critical, because it should not really be that the differences in quality is because of what you see and not your competence of how to use the instrument, but it can be that as well. So you need to be very careful when you do this training for external evaluators. Yeah.
From the Russian expertise team, I want to add, this is the big issue about selecting the specialists. It's very important what our foreign colleagues say. The experts have PhD and special education, and they need to have kindergarten's experience, work, know all the steps. Otherwise, the next step to the improvement of the quality will not happen. We will have just the control, not the improvement. So we have another question. We have time for another question, please. Thank you very much. Saratov, City Regional Expert of Evaluation. What's the degree of acceptance of the preschools of the results that they get? So is there any discussion? Do they agree? Do they disagree? How is this dialogue organized? Are they ready to change themselves or not?
I think the reaction of a center is very important. And when we are evaluating a center, so it is the main and final purpose is not to say you are good, you are middle, you are bad. This is a byproduct, but the final goal is give information. Where are your strengths? Where are your weaknesses? Where should we start to improve the center? So evaluation may provide for a basis of improvement. This is the final goal. And when you are preparing an evaluation, it is very important to find a trustful basis for both, so that centers do not have fear. Oh, someone is controlling me. That would result in a defensive attitude. We need trust, we need cooperation, and our experience is you have to, at the very beginning, you have to inform the colleagues in the centers in any detail, saying, I'm not your enemy. We would like to produce data from an outside perspective we can use in the center for quality of improvement. This is really important. And then what should be included, according to our experience, in each evaluation, you need to give a feedback. So that means, look, it is very trustful if a center opens itself and the colleagues say, come in my classroom, look what I am doing. And then give a feedback to them, say what you have observed, what strengths, and so on. And always it is very important to give the feedback in any case and to do it in a way that you are turning to the resources you have seen, so that you are not overcritical. You can give a critical feedback, but in a way so that it can be accepted by the participants. This is very important, and in our case, we do a lot of those assessments in Germany. We train our assessors in both, in the appropriate application of the Eckers scale. That means you need to have the Eckers glasses. This is the training, to see reality through certain glasses. And we train them also to give an appropriate feedback, which is quite difficult. But it is really essential, and we do give the feedback not to a single teacher, we give the feedback to the whole team. And this is also not always easy. Let's say you have a center consisting of 8 classrooms, and we observe only half of them to get an appropriate adjustment for the whole quality. It is not easy to accept, to get a feedback for your class, but your colleague doesn't get the feedback. So you need to create a trustful environment.
Yeah, the feedback is very, very critical and very, very important. And we have tried different ways. And the most successful one, when we were doing it, was when we worked in collaboration with the preschools and with the teachers from the start. It also meant that the teachers themselves also used Eckers. So they were evaluated their own quality using the same instrument as the external evaluator. And that made it a very good meeting point when we sat down and discussed our evaluations, where we differed, where we have evaluated in the similar way. And as I told you before, often there are more preschool teachers working with the same group, a whole team, and even among them there could be differences. So this created a very, very good dialogue between us, not finding out who was right or who was wrong, but what did we see? How do we understand this? What is good quality in this area? How can they together work to improve the quality? So I find it most of all that the teacher themselves are part in all these discussions, and it's also them who really think about and decide how and in what way they would like to develop.
So my comment is, making this evaluation is just the top of the iceberg. Everything starts right after it. Otherwise, your evaluation will not be used in the work, but only be like a resistance. So right now we have lunch. Thank you.
Получилось? Работает даже. Микрофон работает. Все хорошо. Наш вуз самый лучший.
Вот и на память.
Yeah, must be here.
I can mean that right.
На всякий случай. Мы точно знали, где она, потому что... Смотрите, я нашла. Да. Фамилия Чипикова я нашла. Там, кстати, видно, все есть, да? Не знаю, сейчас. Там несколько фотографий. Убрать. Все, спасибо. Which one? Which one?
Maybe, as far as I understand, with a stripe. So maybe left on the mouse?
With this one?
I think yes, maybe left. Left?
Left.
Left. I do it by the computer. My colleague has just presented.
Okay.
А мышкой?
Надеюсь.
Даже не знаю. А можно я посмотрю, как
Хорошо.
это пойдет?
Уважаемые коллеги, если есть еще докладчики, которые не скинули презентацию к будущей секции, которая сейчас начнется через 5 минут, то есть такой шанс это сделать. Вот компьютер там есть папка этика. Dear colleagues, if you have presentations and you are going to present now, you can give this presentation there on the computer. Yes, thank you.
Можешь прислать в главный зал кого-нибудь, кто понимает, как переключаются слайды на вот с трибуны,
Левой кнопкой мыши.
Вот так вот это и работает.
Ну, как бы, вроде бы не с первого раза, да? Вот так, как надпись сильнее надо нажимать.
Ну,
да, вот так прямо основательно.
Вам, чтобы удобнее было, вы можете туда смотреть. То есть не обязательно в полоборота.
From this way, left.
Yes, left, but you should push strong. No, not very light, but with a strong. In 3 minutes.
Уважаемые коллеги, если доклады, то вот сюда, спокойно.
Левую кнопку мыши.
Левая?
Да, ну чуть-чуть посильнее. Хорошо. Она запустит презентацию. Запускайте презентацию вы, да?
Девушка, вы с нами сегодня?
Таня, сколько у нас презентаций папки сейчас еще?
Ну так, с задержкой, да? Они чуть двигаются.
Там надо посильнее жать. То есть если вы прям чуть-чуть клацаете, она не реагирует. А?
Я понимаю. Ну да, все.
Дорогие коллеги, мы начнем через 2 минуты буквально, уже сейчас 15:30, но мы пару минуток подождем. У нас сейчас 6 презентаций скинуто, если есть еще 2 докладчика, которые хотят.
So we are starting in 2 minutes.
То мы ждем презентации в
If there are more
Dear colleagues, if you have presentations and you are going to present now, you can give us your reports, your PowerPoint files. Thank you.
Если бы вчера сложность, это было прилично.
Извините. Техническое объявление для докладчиков. Значит, когда мы выходим на эту замечательную трибуну переворачивать слайды,
information for the reporters when you use the pointer for slides, just push the left button once. Thank you.
и еще одно организационное объявление. Я сейчас пущу регистрационный лист. Вы, пожалуйста, ну нам именно на этой секции это необходимо. Вы, пожалуйста, зафиксируйте свою фамилию и место работы с подписью. Вот, если вы напишете, это не обязательно.
There will be a special sheet transferred to you. Please write down your name, last name, email, the place of work and place of work. You can, if you are interested in the programs and new collaborations, please write down your name and contacts. Thank you.
Ну что, у нас с вами 15:33. Я думаю, ничто не мешает нам начать нашу секцию, которая посвящена вопросам этическим вопросам.
So we start our session. It is devoted to the issues, to ethics. This is a scientific session. Now we discuss this acute issue today, which is about ethics in preschools. In our program, we have 8 reports and we have 2 hours for them. So it's 15 minutes for each report. So I would offer the reporters the following scheme. So 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. So being the moderator, I will still make you a sign. After these 10 minutes, you can just have 5 minutes left for the questions, or you have all 15 minutes for your presentations without questions. So do you agree? Is it normal? All right. So, dear colleagues, those who will report in English, please speak English. There is a simultaneous translation going on, and the colleagues that ask questions in Russia, the interpreter can translate only if you speak to the mic. If you speak without the mic, there will be no translation to the foreign partner, for the foreign colleague. So please ask the questions to the mic. Thank you very much. So right now, let's start with our first report, social self-presentation of pedagogics and parents in the context of barriers with which they face up with during the implementation of the transferring practices in Greek kindergartens, results of the national research. So, Georgio Yevsimia from University Crete, Greece.
University. Congratulations to the organizational for the conference, this conference. Our study concerns the transition from kindergarten to primary schools. Most of all organizations all around the world insist that if we want a child to be ready to primary school, we must prepare before school, family and community to be ready. Taking into account that the transition from kindergarten to primary school marks an important period in children's life, the way the transition process is implemented has a significant impact on children's educational progress and their ability to enjoy learning. The literature review has identified significant barriers which make difficult the process of transition according to the perception of teachers and parents. It is obvious that there is a lack of continuity between the two institutions, which affects negatively the successful transition of children. The lack of communication and cooperation between teachers and parents create various barriers which can be classified in personal and emotional level, and the inadequate communication between parents and teachers may also be due to the management and social barriers like bureaucracy, issues related to the administration of school, the staff, the implementation of the curriculum, etc. Additionally, the study of the literature reveals many other areas where parents face problems, experience difficulties in their cooperation with the teaching staff, such as insufficient information about the progress of their children, occasional communication for learning and adaptation issues, difficulty in exchanges ideas, absence of instruction for supporting children, limited contacts with family and children at home. The inadequate communication and cooperation is most evident in the case of children from different cultural and linguistic backgrounds, and for children, not yet, for children with special educational needs. Although all research findings converge on the conclusion that the good relationship between parents and children is very important in facilitating the transition, several studies are grounded on the view that teachers have a limited knowledge of transition issue because of their academic study and the lack of initial and in-service training. Based on the data that emerged from an analysis of the literature, a successful transition program requires the cooperation of the teachers of the two institutions and the cooperation between parents and teachers. In Greece, teachers and parents identify aspects and symptoms of this problem through difficulties that observe daily by making assumptions about the cause of the problem based solely on their experience. In order to prevent incorrect actions and making the change that accompany the transition planned to conduct this national investigation with the aim of the empirical approach of preschool and primary school reality. This empirical approach based in foregoing in order to investigate teachers and parents, based in the theory of social representation, and the purpose of the study was to investigate, to identify the barriers that lead to a negative attitude towards the issue of tradition. Also, to identify all these factors that concern these social representations. And for the purpose of this study, two questionnaires were used, one for parents and one for teachers. One section in both questionnaires referred to barriers to implementing transition practices, and both sections were consistent but 40 items on a 5-point Likert scale response format, ranging from completely agree to completely disagree. It's not so easy. The study sample consisted of 1,052 parents, national sample, and 1,225 teachers. 73 of them, of parents, were mothers, and 21.3 were fathers. Social representation are defined as certain images and concepts by which people organize the world around them in order to make sense of it, be it events, phenomena, or objects, and these social representations can be seen as product of interactions and exchange between members of culturally shared groups, such as teachers and parents in their day-to-day reality. So accepted that the knowledge is a social product and transition constitutes a personal, social, political, and cultural phenomenon, the theory of social representation was implemented to consider how teachers and parents as social agents gain knowledge about barriers in transition practice. Data analysis for the purpose of this study, we implemented two principal components factor analysis using varimax rotation, one from parents and one for teachers. We then used the two dependent sublet t-test or the analysis of ANOVA test in order to test if the factors are affected by several demographic characteristics. For the analysis of data was using the Packet Statistics 20. So the findings of our research concerning the barriers to implementing transition practices according to teachers showed that statistically significant difference between kindergarten teachers and primary teachers emerged for barriers such as lack of information or limited information during registration of children at school, and lack of communication with teachers of previous grades, lack of time to implement transition practices, and transition program is not implemented in my school. Also, the head director does not support transition practices, and it was my personal choice not to follow transition practice. And finally, the attitude, lack of training. The most important barrier, according to teachers, is the lack of skilled and staff to support children with problems, with a frequency of 70.4% of teachers agree or completely agree with this barrier. Concerning now the barriers to implementing transition practice according to parents, statistically significant difference between parents arose on barriers. The nature of my work and the lack of time did not give me the opportunity to follow the practices suggested by the teacher, and transition program is not implemented in my child's school. And third, the head director does not support transition practices. A principal component factor analysis of the 40 items using varimax rotation was conducting, leading to 4 statistically significant factors explaining nearly the 48.5% of the variance. These factors was the school environment and policies and preschool education structure. The second factor was transition policies, training and professional development of teachers. And the third factor has the label preschool education system structure and transition policies. And the fourth one was the family characteristics. Factor analysis concerning parents of the 14 items was conducting also, leading to 3 such statistically significant factors explain nearly the 52.5% of the variance. The first one was labeling with lack of school transition practice. The second factor was incomplete preschool system structure. And the third one was family and school characteristics. Hypothesis testing concerning teachers show that the Type of school, public or private, affects statistically significant de facto transition policies, training and profession development of teachers. Teachers working at private school have positive attitude against this factor, while teachers working on public school have negative attitude. The same factor is also affected by the level of school. Kindergarten teachers have positive attitude against this factor, while teachers of primary school have negative attitude. The retraining affects factor transition policies, training and professional development of teacher and family characteristics. Teachers who have received retraining have positive attitude against both the factors, while teachers of primary school who have not received retraining have negative attitude against both the factors. Hypothesis now testing concerning parents. So, okay. The occupation of parents affect the factor lack of school transition practice. The goal of our social representation research is to capture both the semantic content of a social representation, the organization of its content and its central core. Each individual's life history is unique, hence identical representation does not occur. However, a central core of shared representation exists to allow day-to-day interactions between members within a community. According to Fred's structural approach, and social representation is organized in two systems, a central systems and the peripheral systems. The central zone consists of the most stable elements and it has organized from collective experience and memories of the social groups. And the peripheral systems consist of the less stable elements and can include inter-individual and intergroups difference and new information such as personal experience and link to adaptation and transformation of the surrounding environment. Using this theory, a central zone of social representation, we can see that in our study, a lack of skilled staff to support children with problems problematizes mostly both of the two social groups and consist the most stable elements and difficult to change. Also, that our educational system does not encourage meeting with parents before the school year beginning. These are the most stable elements for change, but teachers experience many other barriers, as we can see in the table, elements that they appear in the first peripheral zone of representation of parents and teachers, and they explain by the intergroup and interpersonal difference. Such barrier for teacher parents in the first peripheral zone appears the discontinuity between the curricula of kindergartens and primary school that complicates teacher barriers that resulted from previous research also.
Excuse me, could you sum up?
So we must. It's not easy. The system now, the technical. The conclusion. It's not easy. I don't know what. Okay. we need, so in Greece, an educational reform. We need to change the educational policy, the institutional education framework, because we don't have yet an institutional framework for the issue of transition. And of course, we need more financial resources who maybe give us many hopes for the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much, Evsimia. I would like to ask, those transitional practices that you mentioned, could you just give some details how they are organized?
We have a curriculum, a national curriculum, who give us the most important principles how must make the transition process, and we have some books from the state, from the Pedagogical Institute of Athens, who give us all the principles and all the most important transition practices. But the opportunity is the kindergarten teacher who decide if he wants to occur a transition program, and he or she give the opportunity to the hand of the primary school to accept the invitation to occur ensemble a transition program. But if they want, there is no institutional, official status institutional.
Thank you. Thank you. Спасибо. Видите, такой феномен.
You see, I think we don't have such a transitional practices. So the next speaker, please. So the correction of upbringing position of parents having children of the early age. Novikova from MSU, the Faculty of Pedagogy. I would like to welcome you in our university. And our Faculty of Pedagogy this year is celebrating its 20 years anniversary. So it's not that young as many of the other faculties. Now, Moscow State University has 42 faculties. At the faculty, for 10 years, there was a program launched, a training program for advanced training, family pedagogy, and I am in charge of that program. I'm its lead expert for some of the sections of the program, and I would like to share our experience of the training courses and what are the results of the program. Initially, the program was thought by the Scientific Council of Moscow State University as a preparation for students to become parents and also for marriage, but it turned out it was more of interest for young parents, young people from 25 to 35 years old, having one or two children. Sometimes these are family with over 2 people, and I will speak about that as well. When we analyze this audience, and well, after analyzing this program, we can say that people who are connected with Moscow University, they come here, and 100% these are people with higher education. These are credits of Moscow State University, since they are still disoriented. They have nowhere to leave the children, and these are the classes which take place late in the afternoon. And well, parents need guidance orientation. And also they need to understand some points which are difficult for them. The social situation of development of a modern preschooler, well, based on the logic from the previous slide, and types of the parenting that we witness. And we took it from the US practices, intensive motherhood. We have parents who are concerned about early development of the child, who practically do nothing with their children at home. And from morning till night, they attend different clubs and courses. And we believe that this is dysfunctional because the child is the object, not a subject. When we ask the mothers, what you were guided by when you do that? No, I need to prepare my child for the difficulties of life, and they start preparing the child too early. And having no knowledge about the age and child psychology, so they are overdoing it here. Sometimes we have pathological parents, and here we see a total control, and many speakers already spoke about that. They are anxious parents, and this is unshaped parenthood, when a parent can, for several months, can change his position. They they change from orthodox parents, then they start some healthy lifestyle practices, and then become vegetarian, etc. And we use the concept of parenthood, which is presented in Ovcharova's works. And as you see, the parent's position is isolated from the social position and from the life position of the parents. And this scheme is explained why a person in professionally and scientifically and be successful, but can be inefficient as a parent and may not be ready for the right upbringing of his child. And we came to the conclusion, and we tested that hypothesis, that if those are young parents and their children don't attend school, we managed to adapt the position of parents just only thanks to our studies. And the next assumption is when children get sick, but they don't have some serious handicaps or disability, allergy, asthma.
So we can include into our program special courses, and we invite specialists who tell about psychosemantic issues in kids, and what we can identify any pathology. So it helps to correct the position of parents. So in multi-kids families, it's really hard to correct anything, because this is the correction, not just education. Another group of parents, there are not a lot of them. I will not cover this in detail. These are the parents of kids who have problems with health. They come to us, they need help as well. Well, during the research, we contacted them, but I asked them to apply to another specialist, and I give them the right contacts. So, speaking about the Q&A of Ovcharova, we work with this in the framework of this program. We do projective methods, feedbacks. We take after several months to evaluate the efficacy of training. This is a regular meeting. We drink tea in networks. We maintain relations and share achievements. Many people have new ideas about a new kid, the second and the third. So what is the content of our program? I will cover this shortly. So in order to educate, even though it's not very simple, it's the right decision. We give the basics of the system approach to analyze the family. This concept as well of the kids doctor of de Miller from St. Petersburg, we give the notions, parameters that evaluate the family system, and the main important thing probably here is the life cycle of a family, and between the stages there are traditional transitions, a crisis, disappointment, unsatisfaction. All of these issues, these are quite regular. We teach them how to communicate, give them some experience over the kids. Speaking about the systematic approach. So the 10 functions that we present for analysis, that families are functional, healthy, where all the functions are implemented. This is the aim of the family life. So how the roles should be interacted. This is a very useful knowledge. These spheres of functioning in our exercises we overcome. These are active exercises. We use methods as a therapy. So why can we make these changes? It is connected mostly that people, our listeners, understand that due to the management of the parameters of the family, you can change the roles, positions, attract parents, relocate responsibilities, and the parameters of family roles. There should be 4 parameters that should be corresponding. So inside the family, what I mean. So management of the borders of the family and identification of the rules. On each time of the life cycle of the family, when the kid is young, these stages of life cycle of the family, they are connected to the age of the kid mostly. The kid has a crisis, the family has a crisis. So a preschool kid is a crisis time. Then the transfer period, this is crisis time, and becoming a primary kid in a primary school, it's also a crisis, new crisis. So there are different styles of behavior that parents can practice with their kids. So this tells Diana Bollering in 70s, research are not actual anymore. And we speak about harmonized and non-harmonized relations and the types of upbringing. And we just give examples of dysfunctional families. Speaking about the authority, let's say, of the parents. So we have the new concept of partnership. So, but in the family, the parent is the authority. This is defend and support love. And the parents with authority knows how to deal with the kid, how to communicate, what are the right parameters. So here we have the pedagogical culture of parents. This is the new term that we introduce. We work for the pedagogics in preschool educational organizations. This is cooperation, first of all, with the organization of center where the kid where kid visits. So there is emotional component, cognitive component, and behavioral component. From this point of view, we work with this on these points with the parents. The identified criteria, pedagogical behavior of the parents we can observe after several months after the program. So we correct a lot of issues. We have motivated parents coming, they pay for the tasks, but the payment is not that big, but still. Speaking about motivated, educated parents, we can significantly increase the index of pedagogical culture of parents. So I'm finishing my presentation. I think that I'm finishing with what is actual. We need program that fulfill the kids of the preschool age, which develop them and make life full and happy. Well, I saw kids who can resolve logarithms, or from 2 years they teach English. So of course this is not a right thing. We need to correct the position of kids, but due to the different mistakes we all study. And let's share our experience. Thank you very much, Galina Viktorovna. It's a very actual topic, very modern one. Are there any questions to Galina Viktorovna, please?
Ну ладно, наверняка же ведь есть. Родители. Это же такая тема вообще. То мне скажите, пожалуйста, современные мамы, они...
So what about modern mothers? Why are they so anxious? Well, the process of being nervous in big cities happen naturally. This factor is probably a wider one than just a social institute. This is just a general, let's say, fast speed of life. And generalization of families. I met in the literature that young families need help. Half of the families, they need help, but cannot get help from the point of view of the spiritual communication, spiritual richness. So the experience of the previous generation is not useful to them. So it's not useless, but many grandmothers are working still, but parents still consider like that. We identify the parents that haven't identified themselves, and they try to give their kids to the nurseries, to nurses, and themselves they are very anxious. It's a very negative factor, and we prefer to explain to them when the kid is young, you need emotional communication for the development of the kid. So not the logarithms, but and English. Of course, this situation is, and this message is very anxious for us as well. So this report and the previous report, this is kind of the reports. This explains to us the barrier. So we need really to provide our kids the emotional development, emotional communication, not logarithms and English. There is one question.
И это поймут даже тогда наши иностранные коллеги, что вы спрашиваете.
Good morning. Speaking about modern literature, what we can advise our parents so that they understand that they are not right sometimes. So it's all accessible. Yuri Borisovich Gippenreiter books. So this is the bestseller, how to communicate with the kid. So books like this. Parents do read these books. There are a lot of literature. There's a lot of literature. Speaking about the new things, I follow the new books. There are some books translated, sometimes different ethics does not touch upon. For example, how to speak with kids about death, how to, let's say, bury a cat or whatever. In Yuri Borisovich books, there are questions. I have a very good book about the theory of connection. So these words by key, you can find these books by keywords. The theory of connectivity, close people. There are 4 books, you must read it. Lyudmila Petranovska, the President's Laureate Premium, so this is the right way to mention her. So the third report will be mine reports. So, my name is Belalutska Anastasia Kirillovna, PhD, head specialist in the Laboratory of Development of the Kid, Moscow State Pedagogical University. I deal with different issues of child care, early childhood care and education. We do the very large project. We do elaborate the ethics code for the preschool caregivers and specialists of the early childhood care. This is very initiative work. Partially this is our initiative, partially this is the order from the Moscow State Duma. Before we elaborate any codes, of course, we made a pilot research which helped us to understand what should be the code about, so that it could influence the real situation in kindergartens and help specialists. Pedagogics and parents are not be just another book that influences nothing. So we covered 2 stages. We analyzed the practiced, current practiced, modern Russian and foreign. And we made the pilot project, Q&A of the pedagogics in some kindergarten in Moscow. How do they consider themselves? What do they prefer? What should be the ethics of resolvement of different contradictory situations? On the slide, you can see some quotes taken from the codes that exist in the organizations. So we devoted a lot of time reading these things. So, and I understood for myself 3 points. So the current Russian codes in kindergartens that these organizations make themselves, they are very detailed, and there is special reglement over there. There is kind of the salad out of different articles, and you can read something from the slide, speaking about some emotions. So there could be the encourage to share happiness or whatever. There is kind of articles taken from the criminal code, let's say, that the pedagogics should not take bribes or whatever. Some points about the outlook of the caregivers. There should be some certain form and shape of the skirt and other issues. We understand two things. So there is the inner feeling in the kindergartens that should be the document which regulates the contradictory from ethic point of view situations, but it's not clear how to write it. And the second point, that we cannot trust the pedagogics in the kindergarten, that we need to give details about the outlook. So does it mean that we cannot trust these pedagogics? So do we need any additional documents? In this regard, all both the variants possible. So after domestic practice, we apply to the international one. Ethic codes for the pedagogics in the kindergartens appear to be in all the countries mostly, which have developed structure of educational structures which are developed. So ECCE code, which have been mentioned by one of our colleagues in the morning. So this is a special association of the work. We analyzed this code, we analyzed the code of Singapore and some other countries mentioned on the slide. What have we seen? These are the documents of different kind. These are not detailed volumes, what to do and what not to do. So the first 3 pages, these are definitions of the professional values and principles of ethics, which could be the base for pedagogics and administrator of the kindergarten while resolving the conflict situations. And then it depends, maybe several tens of pages. This is the description of different contradictory conflict situations. So cases, let's say, and the analysis with the full description and analysis of it. So what should the right specialist on the development of kids do? So this kind of guideline. And the third part, as a rule, these are cases for working out. They are recommended to be discussed. So we in Russia have this pedagogical board. There is some other committee. There is a list of several situations that should be discussed in advance, so that people could understand which principles they should have in mind while resolving this or that case. So you can see on this slide the examples of the values and principles. I want to pay attention to how they are written. So demonstrate the knowledge of the development of the kids, for example. So in this code, we see the encouragement to educate kids. So it is pretty much the same which the previous reporter said. They do this educational issue in their university. Kindergarten is not just an organization that educates kids inside itself, but this is the point of education of the parents and local community upon the whole, and which takes the function on itself, the formation of these principles and parent position and so on.
Then the amount of conflicts is increasing, so this is the proactive position of the kindergarten, so it should not be any reaction to something which happened, but we are thinking about our acts so that there are less conflicts in the kindergarten emerging. My favorite principle, number 5, so enhance the life resistance of a child by creating a strong system of support against different challenges. Well, it's usually we have some regulations, so we have some things that we prohibit in our documents, but as for some, operational principles, we don't have that. Maybe in the document that we finally develop, we will have this type of things we can base on when we analyze a conflict situation, when there is a conflict between different values. So it's very good to understand what are the values shared by the community. So this is regarding the preliminary part, what we understood based on the analysis of the documents. The code is the code, nor to give the detailed description of everything, but code is the guidelines with the principles we can use and analysis of the situations which can emerge. And when we were developing the guidelines for Russia, we understood that we needed to understand how the caregivers are solving the problems and the conflict in the kindergarten. And so we did questionnaires involving 2 stages. And this is a small sampling, about 30 teachers from several kindergartens in Moscow. But our goal was not to have a large quantitative study. We needed a pilot to improve the quality. So how we did that questioning? So the 14 situations we mentioned to the teachers, and we asked them to answer 3 questions. Does the description contain an ethical conflict? What are the values which are in contradiction? And what is the solution for the teacher and administrator of the kindergarten? We used the situations which are in the Singapore ethical code. We adapted them, and of course we translated them, but the situation remains. It's with the conflicts remains. And at the second stage, we asked the teachers to give their examples of ethical dilemmas and contradictory situations in cases of ethical conflicts. So 3 preliminary hypotheses we came up with. When we analyze ethical dilemmas, the respondents will be supporting one party only, without taking into account the 2 opinions, not considering both contradictory appearance as something which has a right to exist. The second hypothesis was that sooner in their decisions, when they're making the decision, the respondents will use the authoritative opinion and experience and not professional values. And the third hypothesis was that respondents, when they give their examples of conflict situations, will not give the examples of dilemmas. When there are conflicts between such values as psychological safety of a child and, let's say, the connection of the child with the family. So these are values which cannot be compared. But this is a dilemma. So it's there is no natural decision. And these are equivalent solutions. They will examples of some conflicts with tension. So, like our colleagues from ANC, they also give such a split situation of direct action and ethical dilemma. So there is a lot of attention paid to them, and when there is a conflict of equivalent values, and when the situation of direct action, you can make a direct action and influence the situation. If the child has fever, you need to just call the parents and inform about that. There is no question whether you are obliged to do that or not. There is no ethical conflict. So maybe this is emotional engagement, but still there is no second answer. So look at the situations. We had 14 situations. I will mention 2 of them. So these are examples of dilemmas. So what is the structure of those? I will not read it out. So if you give me your contacts, I will just send you the presentations. So one of the caregiver saw that there was one girl crying and just what's wrong. So she said that another girl hit her, and so the first girl was hitting during the day several times for the other. They told the mother got upset, and she said that the dad would become angry, so he got angry, so he went to the police, and he came and he started to demand exclusion of the child who was beating his daughter, and he was menacing with the scandal among the parents. He said that this is a very typical situation, and this happens a lot. And preschool children are constantly fighting. It's not that they are constantly fighting. And the more space we have, and the more children we have. Why this is a dilemma? Why these are equivalent values? We have a beaten child, which is a kind of victim. On the other hand, we have a group, and we have the girl who's being aggressive, and from ethical point of view, they are completely equivalent. So 2 preschool children, they are both feeling unwell with different motivation. The second situation with food, so I will not read it out, but what happened, so one girl is not eating well, she leaves food on her plate, the caregiver is asking, well, she was trying to make her eat the cutlet, meat, and Masha will say no, 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 and so you see, Katya already ate the cutlet, and you see she's big, and you will also grow as big as her if you will eat meat and stop crying, and the girl continues, she starts crying, and the caregiver will starts to threaten. Masha is crying. Don't cry, you may not eat the cutlet, but starting from tomorrow on, you will be eating all the food like a big girl. Masha stops to cry, but says no, she will not eat. She seems like she starts to eat better, but before the sleep, she will say to the caregiver, to the assistant of the caregiver that I don't like the food, but I'm afraid I'll be punished by the caregiver. And the assistant told her maybe you should act differently, and the caregiver answered that she has more experience. You know, this is about psychological comfort and relations between two colleagues, the authority of the caregiver, of the senior caregiver, not his assistant, and look from the point of view of the Singapore court. These cases are adapted. There is a detailed description. There, such values as the safety of the child, psychological, professional comfort of the teacher they are equivalent. And of course, we need to offer some solution, which is not just the choice of one of the parties, which is right. So we need to align the positions. And we offered 14 cases like that. What are the general conclusions? So we try to understand what are the peculiarities of the solutions offered by the teachers. Number one, in most of the cases, these situations are not interpreted as a conflict of professional values, but they're interpreted like a conflict between two people. And this enables for a special set of decisions, so we put it like that. The girl named Masha has a conflict with the teacher Anna, and this is a more specific solution. Like Masha needs to play, and the caregiver needs to, I don't know, read a book. Of course, it can decrease tension here and now, but as for systematic decisions to decrease the amount of conflicts and provide for a healthy climate in the kindergarten, so it's not happening. And conventional decisions, when we listen to all of the points of view, we discuss it and we align their decision together. It means with the parents of the aggressive child and the normal child with the psychologist. It's not just we really get together, so it can be meetings one after another, not all of us together at the same time, but that will be the situation which provides for a dialogue between different positions. And this is very important. It's characteristic for our teachers. Take on all of the responsibility for everything happening in their groups of children. So sometimes maybe caregivers think like that about them. If there is a conflict, so it's evident from the teacher's phrases. So that's the caregiver is to blame if there is a conflict. So the higher the professional level, the less conflict, the smaller is the professional level of the teacher, the more conflicts emerge. But it's not like that in all of the cases. And you cannot have just the blame only for the teacher, and not only one side should be initiating the decision. This is a really ambiguous situation which requires a dialogue between administration, parents, and the teacher and the children. The respondents prefer not to solve the problematic situation and not to involve the administration. Very characteristic phrases, typical phrases. The main mistake is that the administrator shared information with all of the parents. He should not be involved in the working process. Caregivers can solve this problem themselves. It should be solved inside the group. So the strategy is to leave inside everything in the room without sharing it outside of the room. So we understand the reasons why. So it's a kind of a fear, a concern about your professional future. But it also means that there's a fear so avoiding conflict at any cost. So if we do like that, so we'll have more conflicts. So children will always have conflicts. And when there are lots of different interests which are interrelated, so there are also conflicts. And of course there are anxieties and fears and concerns in both parents and teachers. You know, in the first situation, the fights between the children were described, and we conducted several training sessions when we discussed similar situations. So we understood that there was a panic inside the situation. And also it creates a situation of tension which requires attention and not the pressure and not avoidance. And the last point I would like to make, another peculiarity, many caregivers, not just administrators, they just make it a statement of a command statement. So you should avoid the situations when children damage each other physically. Now you can write such an order: avoid situations for children to bruise each other. But it sounds strange from a teacher who is not an administrator to avoid and prevent conflict situations, to penalize the caregiver for the psychological trauma, so prohibit raising the voice at children. So of course these are the things. Well, I am far from thinking that there is no understanding in the professional community that this cannot be done. Even if we come up with the guidelines, it will not change the situation if we make so many orders and decrees. But if we have some documents, and I hope that we can take the international guidelines and use them in our work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for such an interesting presentation. I would like to ask, so now each institution must develop an ethical code. Why not do that centralized so that we avoid such stupid mistakes, and so that our educational institutions do not have such strange phrases? Why under your guidelines we do not develop the ethical code? Because you conduct such a wonderful study. To whom is the question? To you. So why not develop something under my guidelines? So The question is clear. Look,
Вот мы сейчас разработаем.
now we develop something,
Это что-нибудь обсудим широко. Ну, в смысле, я
and now we will widely discuss that. I think we will have some professional internet online discussions, and after that, we will check the status of that development. I cannot promise anything, but still, we will come up with some idea. Thank you.
Да, следующий докладчик, прошу, Kvapil Roman, Университет Каменского, Словакия.
So, University of Kamensky, Slovakia. So, do we have questions? Roman? Roman is not here. Roman is not here. So, okay. Kvapil Roman. So, report number 5, achievements of target. Achievement on target orientations in preschool education within the context of the program Ethical Grammar.
Так, сейчас, секунду. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Вашему вниманию
Dear colleagues,
представляется уже некий опыт реализованный.
this is not the practice that we have tried to implement our kindergarten. Signed the contract with the Institute of the Research of the Issues of the Childhood, Family and Upbringing of the Russian Academy of Education, and in the framework of this contract we are planning our work. And I think that in minimum 3 years and a half this work will be our priority. So the requirements for implementation of the educational program have the targets. These targets are social normative characteristics of the possible achievements of the kid. After preschool age, there are standards with the targets for a young age, preschool, and finish preschool age. So you can here see the quote of Alla Ivanovna Shimshurina, professor, who used to work in this institute. Many years ago, such programs started to be elaborated. At that time, the special program was created for 5, 6, 7 years. It was called the Ethical Grammar. And this grammar, we made our basics for our work on this innovative activity. We included into the education program of our organization. And we need to highlight that this program, these methodological guidelines. So this program is the basics for the course of basics course for ethics in 8th years, and development of and tradition of ethical thought in 10th and 11th class. Alla Ivanovna Shimshurina is the person who developed it. We understand that the content of this program will allow us to achieve social orientations, target orientations, communication, agreement, feeling include other feelings of others, emotions of others, follow the social norms of behavior and some others. Unfortunately for today, this program has high school. Before the methodological department of our team and our team in our kindergarten. We have the issue to develop the program or expand the program of ethical grammar for all the ages of the kindergarten, according to the logics of development of values, meaningfulness, values of the person, moral issues, abilities for reflections, and requirement in the moral evaluation and self-esteem. We need to say that we understand the necessity to include into this activity the parents' community, and in this program we plan to do it. So such example of the course is on the slide. And in conclusion, I'd like to thank the organizers of the conference that paid their attention to this topic. Of course, this ethics is direct into the inner development, and if we do not pay attention to this direction, to this issue from the earliest age, possible age, that we can miss a lot. So thank you very much. So any questions, please? So no questions. Okay, we move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elena Alexandrovna. Lydia Vladimirovna, Smolensk State University, spiritual and moral upbringing of kids. So please. Good morning, dear colleagues. So I'd like to thank the organizers for invitation and possibility to take part in such a scientific community where scientists and practitioners are all together. I'd like to share the new things and new ideas, speaking about spiritual and moral upbringing. This is a very wide notion, but I'd like to tell you some issues which are quite certain. I'd like to pay your attention to the following slide. This is our kindergarten, number 78, which is called Istok. This is in Smolensk. So this is basics preschool organization. So Smolensk State University is preparing bachelors in pedagogics. So we cooperate with this kindergarten. In this regard, we are also developing and help the kindergarten. So we have the opportunity to prepare on their base our bachelors. So I'd like to speak about the problem of spiritual and moral upbringing of kids. So the problem of doing it is one of the most important in the world. It's very actual in the education right now, and the danger is in our society the destruction of the personality, separation of it from the culture, traditions, generations, heritage. And today upbringing of this special person with high moral and spiritual issues is the target. So this is realized in everyday life. So it is developed with the culture of the person, general culture. Important issue is the conscience, self-targeted activity of the person. Speaking about the preschool education, I would like to highlight it. This is one of the most sensitive and dynamic period in upbringing the kid and has all the necessary prerequisites for upbringing of spiritually and morally qualitative person. So there should be a high sensitivity on Novocyst domination of the emotion sphere in the perceive of the world. So this is the value of the people, of the kids coming to them, that communication with the people, respect is very important. So this is the period when kids in the kindergarten reflect a lot of things from the outside world, from the other kids. It's right to be very humane, be highly moral, follow the right behavior, respect others. So this is the task which is very actual today, that cannot be resolved without conceive of the spiritual richness of the people's heritage and traditions of the population. Speaking about cultural resources, we can apply to them, and this is one of the tools to resolve the issues and bring up a very good, right, and highly spiritual, moral person. So from one generation to another generation, traditions have been transferred. We have a lot of great cultural results, very cultural examples, which we need to follow, be creative, create and form a civil society and have a right, forms of human rights and follow them. Help all this help people to find its own way. I'd like to quote Belinsky. So we ask the past to understand the present and hint us about our future. So historical knowledge, understanding history is very important for the modern formation of the modern person. This is a very important work right now, and application to such historical issues will help to resolve the spiritual problems, identify the right values. And we consider the mission of the pedagogics is to accompany the moral and spiritual development of kids, speak about the history, cultural values of the past, and speak about the traditions. I'd like to highlight our cooperation with this kindergarten. This preschool kid, together with this kindergarten, we identified the instruments and tools. This is kind of methods which has forms and methods and ways, tips and tricks, let's say. And I'd like to cover this technology. This is 3 blocks. Working with parents, teachers, and kids. And an example of work with the kids, I'd like to cover how this work appears. On the slide, you see the museum, a Russian house. It's called Izba. So together with the teachers, parents, and kids, so without all these participants, the educational process will not be successful. So we created this museum. Right now there are different exhibitions, fashion, old Russian fashion, different arts, different utilities, people's toys, musical instruments. All these help to develop kids, their spiritual and moral values, and starting from the early group, young group. We include into this work our students, teachers, parents, And visiting this museum, we start with the very young kids. Kids get acquainted with new activities. They bake, they take water, they sing special songs. So, and the host of the museum can be our students or teachers. There could be some master classes. You can see the photos with the participation of kids and students. Students sometimes give master classes as well. There are a lot of space areas. We can show, we can tell histories, stories. We can do different activities. So you can see on the pictures different activities and plays. So this integrated events and parents, kids, students and teachers, tutors take part in such interactive events. The same we think with a middle group. So we create different ideas and different intellectual games. We speak to kids, we speak with the kids about family traditions. So we speak and tell kids different fairy tales. There is a special project, Fairy Tales of Grandmother Irina. So, and our students and teachers write these fairy tales. So the stories happen with the heroes, with the characters. That's what happen, and that's what about the objects that they meet, the kids meet in the garden, in the kindergarten, in the museum. So we expand their knowledge. So this is a kind of a new idea. So the elder group is also involved. We speak about different traditions in the families, modern traditions, historical traditions, what's happening with kids, how people live. So there could be different games that are symbolic, and there is a great amount of ideas which our students prepare for these kids. Of course, I understand that I need to finish, but shortly I'd like to speak about two other directions. This is not only the work with kids, this work is with pedagogics. 4 stages we have here. Theoretical and methodological point. These are new knowledge. This is new knowledge. We expand knowledge, increase the level of qualification. Second issue, this is scientific methodological points. These are different programs that we implement into practice. And this is analytical and reflection issues, which are included. So, speaking about parents, we work with them as well. We do diagnostics with them. We do the content, we work with the content with them, and then we do analytics. So the kid is like in the center, and we have the special environment and create special environment for these kids to make our educational programs successful. We have special principles. They are humane. If the kids do not want, if they do not are not ready, we do not push them. So we show them the families, issues. We, let's say, form the right attitude. There is pedagogical harmony. These are all natural processes due to the development of the personality of the kid. They should not only just hear but take part in such events. This is part of emotional development and upbringing. So we show the kids traditional culture. This is part of the upbringing of spiritual and moral issues. I'd like to quote Ushinsky, bringing the kid into the people's language. We show these kids spirit, knowledge, and history. So in modern education, we need to highlight the Russian traditions, cultural issues, which help to resolve moral and spiritual crisis. Can I ask you one question? Thank you. How can we understand if the kid is spiritually developed or not? It's very important to have the moral feelings, moral activities. How can you see them? How can you evaluate the efficacy? Evaluate the efficacy of this program. Are there any abilities? Do you do any events? Are there any schemes on the spiritual, moral upbringing of kids? Of course, this is all time. We give the basics of spiritual and moral qualities in these kids. So we put the right values. We speak about the right values. This is not only just the family, a close person, but the attitude to your mother. So this is help, care. How can we see this? There are a lot of diagnostics, but mainly we see it through the inclusion into the projects of these kids, where we see how they, together with their parents, take part in this project. And we have the results. We have different interesting collages, new styles, songs, fairy tales.
So we should have some products. Do we have more questions to the speaker? No questions? Thank you very much. Just 1 second. I would like to thank Anastasia, Natalia, and Evgeny for just helping me with the presentation. Well, that is actually their work. We have two more speakers. Two more speakers. Olga Groголeva, Omsk State University, named after Dostoevsky. Correlation between the responsibility level and the emotional attitude of the child to the demands of the parents. So I'm from Omsk. It's plus 24 the year. So we come from Siberia, and here it's not very warm in Moscow. It's not a warm meeting. Well, that was a joke. The correlation between the level of responsibility and emotional attitude of child towards the demands of the parents. And this is a study which was conducted in our university. And we were defending the thesis and the hypothesis that the early age of children is more sensitive to shaping of the responsibility. There are special demands to responsibility. The child needs to comply with those demands. And after we defended the thesis, I defended it. So I had a feeling, and I am a practical practicing psychologist, and early childhood and early and with some people start to remember about this. The teen, he needs to have, I don't know, some obligations. He needs to help about the house, but they slipped from them at an early stage. And so how to shape this attitude to demands? And it should not be just a demand in a disciplinary tone. It should come from the child, from inside.
Для начала хотела бы обозначить, на уровне размышлений сегодня много было идей на эту тему.
There were many ideas. Why? Well, there are lots of requests about this. Why the child doesn't want to do anything. So they come with that, asking about to the psychologist, and many other speakers share my ideas. And what is common? So the children are becoming more infantile. It's not that we are just want to say something bad about them, but recently when I work with the children, I started to know that children really want to remain small. And they're aware of that, and they state that they don't want to become adults, and this is conscious. Why? We may ask ourselves. When you start to think on what's happening, what's the difference of these current children with the children between them and the children 30 years ago, so they don't know the world. So we, before that, children would help to wash the clothes manually, and now the adult comes back home exhausted, and the child understands that work is very bad, and the adult is tortured. It's not clear what he's doing. This is the comfort zone, and there are many of upbringing forms like that. And the child doesn't want to leave his comfort zone, and responsibility. This is a very hard things. One of the hard things, and conflict between the family and the educational institution. There are lots of deviations, and now the parents perceive the caregivers as a service, and they demand from them certain things. For example, they claim that there are too many children, and they have too many claims, and this is not very adequate. The third important point is a deficit of communication between parents and children. I am talking about the content. They may spend a lot of time with their children, but we are talking about spontaneous play and interaction between the children and the parents, so the content is missing there. And also, thank you for the examples with the algorithms, and it's not only domination of education over upbringing in school and kindergartens. There is not enough space for shaping the responsibility. We know the theory that of similarity with the animals. There is no one to imitate. For children, and the understanding of the importance of the responsibility, sometimes it's very hard to transfer it. Now I'm moving to, so let us skip this slide. So what do we understand under responsibility? I represent the idea of our this is the definition of responsibility by a dimension. This is characteristic of a personality. So this is a subject characteristic. This is a trait of a personality which is expressed in understanding and emotional compassion in order to execute an act which has certain requirements. In addition, for understanding of the genesis of the responsibility, we use the idea of Osmolov Alexander on the role of the orientations. And during ontogenesis, these orientations are developing from want, need, must, it is necessary. So I want at the age of 3 years, so let's remember Erickson, autonomous crisis, and the child should be happy that he's doing something by himself. And without understanding the need and the desire, so it cannot move to the responsibility. So to have a responsibility as a trait of personality, you should have the orientation. I cannot do otherwise after interiorization. Vygotsky mentioned many things about that. And we witnessed that transition from external to internal here as well. So here we have this structure of responsibility, which is behavioral, resultative, emotional, and cognitive. So the behavioral is here you have the characteristics, and then emotional components and the cognitive components. All of that components provided for creation of the methods of assessing the responsibility as adequate or inadequate. And I understand we didn't use the reliable tools, but we built our tools. Participants were 220 people, children and their parents. And the method used, this is the drawing test. And this is something similar to anxiety test with faces, without mimic reactions, with blank faces. A questionnaire for typical situations, for claiming, for parents. So I presented some of the drawings. And here, this is a drawing test, so they needed to identify whether the girl is happier or unhappy. And these were the main situations and demand in different ages.
Здесь оценивали родители реакции ребенка по пятибалльной шкале. И опросник по изучению ответственности, биполярная шкала, где также все эти три компонента были отражены в 16 утверждениях.
So that was the questionnaire. We had 16 questions. So the idea of how the children perceive demands is different from how the children really perceive them. Parents think that everything is much better and the reaction of children is less positive. So you see 80% of the parents are positive. And most children have situational attitude to the demands. Situational means that whether they were diverted from their main activity when parents asked them to do something. So we also considered typical situations of the reactions of children to this situation. And children are happy to obey to personal hygiene, time away from home, and turn off the TV, 3.6, and read something. So these are interrelated things.
Я быстро переключаю, да? Я решила как-то поторопиться. Далее, второй задачей было изучение ответственности, уровень сформированности ответственности. Он здесь практически у нас нормальное распределение.
So this is the level of responsibility. The split is quite okay. Mainly it is average responsibility. So can we be talking about responsibility in the late school children? No, we cannot be talking about this. I would like to quote what I heard yesterday from Kravtsov, Gennady Kravtsov. He emphasized the following. Even the highest expression of the qualities are also presented at a primitive level, and responsibility as a quality is also present there. And it hasn't become a vital need. And, well, the responsibility doesn't always become a vital need even for adults. I'll just specify here what is on the diagram. Here you see the split into components. What is important? Cognitive level. Cognitive is an understanding of responsibility and what you're responsible for and forecasting of the consequences. Despite being the late school children, the cognitive level is more pronounced. Not much more pronounced, but still more pronounced than emotional level. So children are not ready to finish the task, not always ready to express that with actions. They understand it, but they are not ready to express. 2 minutes I have, yeah, I'm finishing. Then, and so a correlation between the level of responsibility and the emotional attitude of the child towards the demands of the parents. So what is the idea I'm trying to make? I will not focus on statistics. I would like really the children to want to get to the adult world where the responsibility should live, and this desire should emerge in the early childhood. So we need to really talk to them. I just recently read a book how to upbring the children without shouting at them, and you know there was a story. So. About one 5-year-old boy, and she was rushing the boy, and rush, come, let's go faster. And the child stopped and asked her why we should run. I cannot run that fast. And the parents need to understand, even if at this stage the child doesn't see that sense, he will not understand this demand. It will be like only execution. And so I have a boy, he's 6-year-old, and the parents are complaining he's not organized, he doesn't want to do anything. When I used the German technique with him, with the cards, and I tried him to place the father, and father is the main member of the family, is the head of the family. How can you want to become responsible if dad is always having rest? Let's leave that question mark here. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. A very vital topic. Thank you so much. Please be very brief, because we have one more speaker and not enough time. It's a very important topic. It's a very important question. Not only that, father, what to do with the responsibility when they base on the classics. On Vygotsky, who was not a witness to such reality as Leningrad blockade because the next report about is Beslan fear and how the notion of responsibility can be compared against from the early childhood versus evolution. When there is evolution from an embryo to an adult person, and this adult person that is having a rest. I'm so sorry for such a comparison. He didn't see the causiness of the blockade of the Leningrad, how to understand the responsibility in scientific studies. How does that compare? You know, they compared.
Можно найти более мирные способы понимания того, что такое ответственность в наше время. И наше время — это другие средства воспитания, другой образ жизни. Вот это нужно учитывать.
So we have different conditions and responsibility. Yes, it was cited at the beginning of the 20th century.
Это дежурство по классу, это мытье пола, кстати, которое из школы у нас ушло. И дети вообще страдают серьезно, на мой взгляд, из-за этого. Вот просто нужно больше.
And I think we need to talk to the children more. I come to this as a parent and as a researcher. We need to speak about the blockade of Leningrad and to fathers as well. And fathers need to talk to children. You know, this Leningrad topic, I don't know whether it applies here or not, but I agree that we need to interact when people don't have a chance.
Спасибо, мысль понятна.
Да, то есть Выгодский, кстати, Выгодский, несмотря на то, он очень актуален. Тема актуальна.
Well, I would like to clarify, or the notion used.
Оно как-то не продумывается, о чем идет речь, когда инфляция развивается, когда кризис развивается.
Я вынуждена прервать, потому что у нас не хватит времени на следующий
I know I need to finish the discussions. How to understand responsibility as a fundamental category? Thank you for your comments. We have the last report, and this is a very important topic. The fear and attitude to fear after suffering the post-traumatic stress dysfunction based on the longitude study of the children Beslan. I would like present my presentation, fear and attitude to fear in children who went through post-traumatic stress, based on longitude research.
So the diagnostics of these issues in preschoolers is more complicated as the cognitive and stress and expressive language possibilities are limited. So kids cannot express their emotions correctly. So this diagnostics is still possible. In kids, we can see it, observing them, observing the activities, generalized anxiety, separative frightens. They are afraid of adults, unknown adults, insects, animals, breakages of night dream, aggression. We see them capricious. They are frightened. And we worked with Beslan kids, and we saw regression as well. Regression in and primary self skills in the majority of kids. I'd like to show you the results of my 10 years research after a tragedy of 2004 when terrorists captured school number 1. So that was the mass trauma. I'd like to highlight the point on the social situation of the development issues after the terror act. And during our rehabilitation, more than 500 kids after this tragedy, mostly that were scholars. After 50, more than 50 preschoolers were there was in Beslan. So we didn't have enough infrastructure at that time. Most of the kindergartens were not opened on the 1st of September, and they had to go to school. That were the parents who also brought their elder kids to schools, and they were in these situations. Frightfulness, anxiety. So this was the first things after the event. There were phobias. After several weeks, there was depressions. The specialists who came to us at that time, they are leading practitioners from the leading institutes, Rostov-on-Don, Moscow, St. Petersburg. So fright is the leading motions. While they work with kids, they separated the fright into several categories. The fright of not being safe. So that was what they lost their safety and trust. They were afraid of people, crowds. So they checked if all the doors are closed. They were afraid of death, different sounds, different frights of men with beards, different provocative frights, frights of sounds, sensor fright, the fright of a burn. All the kids practically were afraid of being without water. There were 3 days while they were without kids, not differentiated, badly verbalized nightmares, fright of the darkness, of frightness, and different frights for the health of the close people, fright of the schools, not interest to school, fright of visiting school. That was the mostly primary scholars in the primary school. So that was the longitude studies from 2005 to 2013. So speaking about the psychological development, this social situation influenced a lot, and as well as children, as well as school and family. We started it in 2005, this research. This is a practical part. Many kids could not be individually consulted. Individual programs were not possible, and we worked with a mass of kids. We saw pictures, drawings. There is such cultural component when the kids are not ready after trauma in kids. So a drawing is the thing that we could analyze the inside of the kid, the inner world. We tested kids. There is the kids test drawing of a family and 3 drawings. I'm on my way to school, I'm at school, I'm after school. So among these drawings tests, there is a fright in the drawings that we identified according to criteria by Wenger, Primakov, Romanova. So it's expressed in these 2 drawings tests. So the fright of family and school. Why these are? So what is a family? It's a basic therapeutic system. So it depends on the psychological situation inside the family and if it's resourceful or not. They are of the Caucasus and Ossetin cultures, mostly of these families. 3 generations at least, very close ties, very close emotional ties. This is an additional component to that therapeutic overcoming of the situation. Why school? School as a social institute plays a great role in the life of the kid. Upon the whole, decision is very individual, and getting into the routine is a very important component. School should be a safe place of intervention of the events, and discussion of it can reduce anxiety. This could be also safe as a family. In our case, it didn't happen. In this and that situation, the basic sense of safety was broken. Why school? School was not safe as well. Children saw it in their experience. So all the functional sense of these 2 components was broken. So we monitored the kids for a long period of time. It was important for us to identify why and what out of these 2 points, social situation, development, will be more resourceful for them. So 10 years longitudinal research made us let's say, the outcomes that school has become more resourceful. In our case, our family didn't work. It was actually the trauma they got in the framework of the school, especially for the newcomers in the primary school. They could not feel themselves, let's say, safe, but school became therapeutic. Why did it happen? So there are factors, several factors influenced this. I would like to pay attention to these 3 factors: cultural, ethnical factor. Here, family was not the resourceful issues. There was sadness in, let's say, national families. All this tragedy is lasting for about 1 year. So it's kind of forbiddenness to enjoy, to be happy. You cannot laugh. You've lost your friends, your relatives. You cannot have any joy. You cannot express your emotions. You should not, well, cultural factors, like if you are a man or a boy, you should be strong. You should not express your emotions. So these kids could be aggressive. could not be respectful, and in a lot of cases, families did not understand this behavior. Another thing is a psychological thing. So this trust to the parents was lost. Parents could not defend them. So there was no trust to kids, but that was a guilt from the parents' point of view, but they didn't discuss it. They didn't discuss it with kids, but it was. The members of the families felt guilt towards the kids, and they tried to have their kids in the rehabilitation centers. They get their kids in the rehabilitation centers, but getting psychological help for these parents was, let's say, luxury things. So the parents thought that they were guilty, and they get the kids to the psychologist. The kid tried to express the emotions, but still was in the same environment of sadness. Another factor is a social factor. The terroristic act topic was kind of closed in the families. It was not being discussed. One of our colleagues that work with this deal, in one of the reports here highlighted that in Beslan and Ossetia, only terroristic act was not called like terroristic act, but the event. It was closed topic in the kid. The kid could not express himself, express his feelings and emotions about this painful experience. And the other point was the school. So this is the event. I'm the representative of student culture. Let me call it like this. So there are 2 more schools were constructed for the money gathered through the charity. In 1 year, all these schools went into new schools. On the basis of these schools, there were different projects launched. So on the basis of these schools, there were several projects. There could be done everything: loyal relations and attitudes from pedagogics, from teachers, a great amount of psychologists. So still all these kids wanted to share their emotions, to feel comfort in schools. So they found this comfort at schools. So Elena Vladimirovna Grofman in 2004 brought modified methods of work. Emotional reflection issues. These are methods developed in the school of Wenger. Methodics are targeted to develop creative abilities. For the preschoolers, they were initially elaborated, but they worked great with our kids. So the composition, natural composition, plastics, hand work, different handicrafts, drawings, graphic composition, and plot composition. So these methods allow to identify right emotions. So we elaborate our frights with these crafts, and we bring the fright on the surface. The kid got information how to work with this fright and is not afraid of working with these frights. So in our observations, I made the conclusions what to do with such issues. We should not exclude parents. So specialists did not work with the parents. That was not right. So many kids were brought to different countries in the projects. It was recommended for them. Speaking about programs of rehabilitation, parents also should be involved. They should not work separately, but initiate the participation. They should be responsible for rehabilitation of the kids and pass it together with them. So thank you very much for this report and for this work that you are doing, for this research. We cannot even imagine this situation that you in this event still make this research. This is a professional respect that we have to you. In 2005, on the territory of our republic, there was a great amount of projects of the ethic direction. Many projects were directed for research purposes. Many institutes from 2004, 2005, on the basis of our schools with these kids, they made a lot of tests, made a lot of Q&A sessions. There were Q&A with the questions, what is the terrorist act, who are these terrorists? And in my experience, there were a lot of negative responses. The kids didn't feel good after such tests even. Well, for our future students in our practice, we first of all need to think about the kid. Each psychologist knows about the research work in our profession, but in such conditions, first of all, we need to take up projects with the priority to give comfort to the kid and then make the research. So thank you very much. We are finishing this session. Thank you very much. Speaking about a registration list, where is it? So, is it fulfilled? Dear colleagues, if you've forgotten to write down your names and contacts, we'll send your presentations and for further collaboration as well, different issues. So thank you very much all. Good luck.
Спасибо большое за ведение секции. У вас прямо такая активная была, самая. Спасибо. Я хотела узнать сертификат участника, докладчика. А там участника, докладчика мне обещали. Есть, да? Мне сказали, может, на самом деле Кирилл Дрызгалов есть.